follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Here are some general reasons why someone might choose to support a local online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii. 1. It promotes local journalism. By supporting a local news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help ensure that there is a diverse range of voices covering news and events in your community. This can help to promote a healthy and thriving news ecosystem, which is essential for a well-informed citizenry. 2. It provides access to relevant news and information. Online news sources like ThinkTech Hawaii can provide access to news and information that may not be covered by traditional mainstream media outlets. This can include local issues, events, and perspectives that are relevant to your community. 3. It supports independent media. As a nonprofit independent media outlet, ThinkTech Hawaii is not beholden to the interests of corporate owners or advertisers. Instead, it can focus on delivering high-quality news and information to its audience without any conflicts of interest. 4. It helps to hold power accountable. By providing in-depth coverage of local politics, business, and other power centers, ThinkTech Hawaii can play a valuable role in holding those in positions of authority accountable for their actions. This can help to promote transparency and accountability, which are essential for a functioning democracy. 5. It promotes civic engagement. Finally, by supporting an online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help to promote civic engagement and participation in your community. When people are well informed about the issues that affect them, they are more likely to participate in civic life and make informed decisions about the future.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling the case for disqualification. There are 1 million lawyers in the country. All of them have studied constitutional law, and all are familiar with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which provides that someone who is engaged in an insurrection cannot hold federal or state office. And all of us are familiar with the insurrection of January 6th. Although there may be more grotesque things under the hood, we all saw Trump initiate that insurrection in public with our own eyes. Section 3 has been discussed for more than 2 years now, but there has been no federal suit seeking to disqualify Trump under that section. Even Jack Smith's January 6th indictment does not include an insurrection charge. We seem locked in the headlights on this issue. At the very least, we all know that Trump called for the insurrection that took place. That is what the plain language of Section 3 is all about. Do we now need a criminal investigation, prosecution, trial, and conviction to implement Section 3? The section doesn't call for that. Nor does it say that Congress must pass a bill. It just says Trump is disqualified, period. So what do we need to do to confirm what we all know? Trump engaged in an insurrection and cannot hold office again. God help us if he does. We already know what he would do. And yet here we are in a daily media roller coaster following the machinations of his campaign. Like sheep, we seem to acknowledge that he is implicitly a legitimate and qualified candidate. But he is not a qualified candidate. He is absolutely barred by Section 3. What about a civil proceeding in the federal court? where a judge sitting alone would entertain and grant a motion declaring that Trump engaged in an insurrection and is not qualified to run. It would be civil, not criminal, and presumably uncomplicated. And what about the same approach in some state courts, which are also subject to Section 3? Why can't some lawyer make that motion? Is there no one who can do this? To go further, why can't a Secretary of State or an election official or possibly the Attorney General of a given state make a simple determination that Trump cannot be on the ballot in that state? Anyone listening? Now is the time, isn't it? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Speaking of money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10, I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20.
Here's 10, I owe you 10.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Good, now we're all even.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. The burning of the Reichstag in 1933 gave Hitler a path to power. He did it and got away with it. Fast forward to now. Did the January 6th insurrection fail? No, actually it succeeded. Trump's army came together, largely because he asked them to. The conspiracy was not so much to stop the count as it was a real, actual, and unmistakable coup attempt to overthrow our government. The TV footage are indelibly stamped on our minds and memories, an open, armed, hostile, and lethal breach of our capital, the center and sanctum of our democracy. The undeniable thing about it is that it was a traumatic inflection in the history of our precious republic. It was our burning of the Reichstag, one that can never be walked back. Will it happen again? Yes, but not in the same way. When will it happen? Some say it's happening right now. It won't be limited to the capital or Washington, it could be elsewhere or in many places. It is not as likely to be violent, at least at first, although Trump's powerful dog whistle calls are still with us, just like the possibility of nuclear war in Europe is with us. You raise the fear of extraordinary danger, and it sticks. We worry, we are intimidated, traumatized, we are the deer in the headlights. For the moment, the resurrected insurrection has a kind of legal imprimatur, but still built on hate and divisiveness. Is that less of an insurrection? If you do all these things to destroy the country on Election Day, you don't need to repeat January 6th. If you thought the hanging chads created confusion, wait till you see the litigation of all those close races in November. Many Trumpers say we're in a civil war right now. They're really saying the insurrection is still going on, and thus the attempts at a coup are still ongoing. The damage Trump has done to the country is incalculable and probably permanent. Look around. The insurrection has had and is having a huge effect on every aspect of our society, our perception of ourselves and who we are, and the world's perception, too. Can you really say it isn't still happening? Can you say it isn't having the very same Reichstag burning effect that Trump and his co-conspirators have sought to achieve? Think again. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, but not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19, or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially if you get a booster too. And big bonus, if enough people get vaccinated, it could prevent another nasty new variant from ruining everything. Again.
No.
Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
What makes essential workers essential?
We build safe roads for you to drive on.
We harvest fresh produce for your families to eat.
We help you heal when you're sick.
We get you where you need to go.
We keep where you work and live clean and safe.
We make sure you get what you need to make your household work.
You're the essential workers who help our nation run. You're in every city, town, and corner of our country, and you come from all over the globe. And you have essential protections under the law. I'm Marty Walsh. The Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor helps ensure you receive the essential protections you deserve. If you have questions about your pay or about your job protection during an illness, visit our website or call 866-4US-WAGE. That's 866-487-9243. We can provide help in more than 200 languages.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Labor.
calling to complain about kids playing basketball in the street? You believe that? Yeah. I don't know who called, but obviously I ain't got no problem with it. Hey. That's my tooth. Oh yeah? I ain't real good at it. Obviously I have no problem with you playing basketball in the street, just if you can. Sorry, just try not to be too loud. You know what I mean? You're pretty sure you can take these guys, right? I've got some other backup for you.
From the same neighborhood y'all from. I grew up just like this, so only you can change this. And you can change it through basketball and showing respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that can change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mom and daddy, and focus on school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale, and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs, handrails, benches, curbs, and just about anywhere four wheels can roll. From there, skateboarding has been on a non-stop uphill climb to what it is today. At its core, skateboarding has traditionally been for the underdogs, the outcasts, the misfits, and in result, has been thought of negatively by a large majority of outsiders for most of its existence. But now, with generations of young adults who grew up with skateboarding and the exposure
Welcome to the Sports Playbook, where we discuss solutions to issues that impact sports. I'm your host, Angela Hazlett. Today's guest is Roxanne Steinhoff, attorney and lead consultant at Steinhoff Law. Today, we are going to discuss sports tourism and destination marketing, considerations before the big game. Let's get to it. Welcome, Roxanne. Thank you for joining us today on the Sports Playbook.
Well, Angela, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Roxanne, you have a really rich history with sports tourism and involvement with destination marketing. Tell me, what do those terms mean?
Yeah, great question to start us off. So sports tourism, just in general, is hosting athletic events to drive visitors to a destination. So, of course, that goes hand in hand with destination marketing, because destination marketing is, of course, advertising a particular jurisdiction, a city, a town, a county, a state, a nation, whatever it may be, advertising that destination to attract visitors. So you have kind of this marriage between destination marketing as kind of the big picture, and then sports tourism as a niche part of destination marketing.
So one of the avenues to attract visitors would be through sports tourism.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, let's lean into that a little bit more. And some of your background has been working with the Boston 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Bid Committee, working at the Chicago Sports Commission, helping them host major international sports events and providing sport tourism consulting. Now you run a legal and consulting firm that specializes in serving sports commissions, destination marketing organizations, and tourism bureaus. So from this collective experience, what are some of the key things that you learned about what it takes to bring a successful sporting event into a community?
Yeah, I think the bottom line and what makes doing sports tourism so fun for sports commissions or tourism bureaus is you have to love your destination, right? I mean, that's the bottom line, is you have to have a great destination to get people to come and visit for sports or just for general tourism. And usually that's pretty easy. We all have great destinations. But I think to really be successful in this industry and be successful in what you do is you have to plan for events to benefit not just visitors, but of course your residents. And that's why sports tourism is so powerful, because everyone gets on board with sports. There's this very famous quote from Nelson Mandela talking about how sports is the universal language. And that's so true. It's true across time and space and borders. So again, to be successful in driving visitation to your destinations through sports, you need to find a way to bring those activities and those facilities and those events also to your residents. And it really helps bridge the gap between the tourism industry and the tourism community with your local residents.
I love that. And the powerful impact of sport to cross cultures, languages, and geographic boundaries even. And talk to me about what has changed in sports tourism since COVID.
Yeah, great question. Traditionally, the destination marketing space, the tourism bureau space, people use tourism bureau or destination marketing organization interchangeably. I'll just refer to them as DMOs, destination marketing organization. Just know that it encompasses all of the above, right? A traditional metric for success for DMOs and sports commissions has been heads and beds. So, getting those visitors in and making sure that you can rack up hotel room nights. Well, of course, as we all know with COVID, that didn't work out so well for everybody, right? And I mean, the heads and beds metric goes right along with how a lot of tourism bureaus, DMOs, sports commissions are funded. Traditionally, they've been funded through hotel taxes. And of course, when COVID happened, nobody was getting any kind of funding out of hotel taxes and room nights. And so during COVID and coming out of COVID, there's been a huge shift in the tourism industry as a whole, and especially in sports tourism, because heads and beds is not really the quantitative or qualitative metric that is really encompassing of what you're trying to do for the whole destination. Remember, I said at the beginning, the key to success is creating a program or events or facilities that will also benefit your residents. And of course, you can make the argument that heads and beds generate economic impact, which is a huge reason, if not the main reason, of why these organizations exist. However, it has to be more than that. And we've seen from COVID that it's not so much about heads and beds anymore. What it's really about is providing this holistic experience for your visitors and your residents and making sure that you have a sustainable and responsible strategy to keep your destination.
Interesting. And that's so the metric is more than just the number of hotel rooms that are booked during that time period. And I know that hosting large national and international events can be really expensive. You mentioned historically there's been a hotel tax, and that made sense. At least pre-COVID, that might have made sense to assess that tax. But what other places where else does the funding come from? And particularly if it's a city that's the one that is hosting a particular event.
Yeah, it's a great question. It really depends on the destination and the event a lot of times, right? I mean, the Olympics, of course, are not just funded by heads and beds, hotel taxes, right? I think that's a microscopic piece of that puzzle. It really depends on the destination and your jurisdiction. So hotel taxes still continue to be a main artery for funding for sports commissions, which I guess we should back up and say, what do sports commissions actually do? Sports commissions are usually a department or an arm of a DMO, and they're responsible for bringing in sports events. You do have some sports commissions that are completely independent, their own organization, separately funded, but most sports commissions, at least in the United States, are a part of the DMOs. And so going back, the hotel taxes still reign supreme, I would say. Some other methods that have come up for funding sports commissions specifically have been tourism improvement districts, which is an assessment model, very similar to a tax with some key differences. Number one, whoever is paying the tax, these are businesses in the tourism industry, usually hotels, but more and more you're seeing restaurants and retail and other businesses that are in the tourism industry that benefit from the activities that sports commissions and DMOs do. They're the ones that have to approve the assessment. Assessments also only last for a certain period of time, unlike taxes. And most importantly, assessments can't be diverted by the government, right? I mean, the government are the ones who decide how taxes are going to be dispersed. So that's why assessments are so powerful, because there's a legal protection to the businesses that voted in the assessment, they're supposed to be benefiting directly. So that very much is becoming a popular method of funding sports commissions and tourism bureaus. Now, when you're talking about the event specifically, of course, the Tourism Bureau and Sports Commission funding, a lot of that goes into bringing these events. It's the main funding source most of the time. But you also have private funding sources. After COVID, the federal government gave out grants for the first time to tourism bureaus. So I don't know how long that is going to last into the future, but that was a funding source. And now there's some precedent for that, right? Now we've done that before, so maybe there's more opportunity. Sponsorships also a huge piece, of course, especially when you're talking about big, high-profile sports events. And then also many times, especially when you're talking about the Olympics, the Super Bowl, or these major events, there will be some other kind of public funding elements. So overall, it again, it depends on the destination, depends what the event is. It depends on what legal mechanisms you have to get funding, but there's a wide range of things. But on the Sports Commission and DMO side, I would say it's still very much rooted in hotel taxes and becoming more popular with this assessment.
Interesting. The assessment piece, you're talking about these like tourism improvement districts, and who determines who is part of those districts?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So because the businesses have to pay the assessment, ultimately have to approve the assessment, a lot of the times when the tourism bureaus, sports commissions are putting together their proposal for the district, this is a political strategic piece, right? I mean, if they know they've got a hotelier who is not a partner, let's say, to say it diplomatically, somebody they know that may not be supportive, they may find a way to cut that hotelier out. However, that also has its own political risk, right? Because then all your other hotels might say, well, this person is going to get a lot of this business. How is this fair? So as far as determining how to draw your district and what the boundaries are, I mean, all the work really goes into the front end before you even bring it to your hoteliers or your business, whoever you would like to contribute to the assessment. That strategic piece, all that work needs to be done on the front end. So then you're not going through the actual process and we'll call it a political, right? Some other factors that could determine the jurisdiction, a lot of it will depend on your enabling statutes so I guess let me back up also. Tourism improvement districts, the assessment model, there's two ways that you can form them. One is by a grant from state statute, which is how most of them are formed. There are, to my knowledge, 20-some states that have specifically tourism improvement district enabling legislation at the state level. Most states have a business improvement district enabling statute, and some destinations have used their existing bid statute to create these districts. But preferably, the best way forward would be through an enabling state statute. Now, you can also use as a local jurisdiction, you can also use your home rule authority, which it depends on your state, but local governments have some degree of their own independent and inherent authority. So depending on how your state treats that kind of local authority, that can be an option too. And when you enact something under home rule authority, you have a little bit more flexibility because you're not necessarily constrained to a state statute. So I say all of that to get back to your question on the districts, who actually decides the boundaries of these districts and what they look like. Sometimes your enabling statute will relegate you to a county or a city, something like that. A lot of them allow you to expand outside of local government jurisdictional boundaries. So you could have districts that could span multiple cities or multiple counties. It just really depends on what you're using as your authority.
Yeah. I imagine that would get really complicated if something like Kansas City that straddles two state lines, it probably makes it even more complicated to assess funding for a particular event. But let's talk a little bit about, you worked for the Boston 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Bid Committee, or with them. And they did win the bid from the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee. Eventually, it was decided that Boston would not move forward with that bid process. And I'm curious, from your perspective, like, how does a just city, or how does an entity decide that it is not the best for them to move forward in hosting an event?
Yeah, it's a great question. So yes, my first job coming out of grad school, I worked for Hill Holiday, which is a major advertising agency, and they were doing a lot of the marketing and advertising pro bono for Boston 2024. So it was a very interesting situation because I technically worked for the agency, but my only account was Boston 2024. So reported directly to the big committee. And Boston was really a unique situation for a number of reasons. The first reason is this was really the first time where social media played a huge role in what was going on as far as support for the bid. So this is circa 2013 to 2015 is when this process all went down. The USOC, or USOPC now, excuse me, selected Boston in the winter of 2014. And then Boston was the US city going into the 2024 bid cycle. When that happens, all of a sudden, Boston 2024 was on the stage, both nationally and at home. And of course, Boston has a very rich history with government and major powers coming into play in that city, of course. And so I think a few things happened in Boston. Number one, the fact that the city was even bidding for the Olympics at all was relatively quiet. I don't think that was necessarily intentional, but a lot of people in the city didn't know about this. And now all of a sudden there was this big announcement that Boston was putting its hat in and was the US election. That's number one. Number two, that time was one of the worst winters in Boston on record. They closed the transit system. Trying to remember, it was at least 5 or 6 times. There was a huge snow pile that they had in Seaport, which is a district by the ocean, and that snow pile did not melt until July because of how much snow there was. And so I think, unfortunately, that was a perfect showcase of the city not being able to handle some major thing that was going on. If you're a general citizen in Boston, I mean, you can't even get to work because the T is up working, right? And then all of a sudden you hear that there's this Olympic bid. And so there's a lot of consternation about that. And then finally, like I mentioned earlier, this was really the first time where you had a very, very mobilized and dedicated group against the Olympics. You've had those before, but social media was. So my job was running the social media for Boston 2024. So I lived and ate this every single day, 24 hours a day. And it was very interesting to see that there was really about, I would say, like 30 people who were just on top of Twitter all the time. And those people really drove the conversation in a lot of ways. And you would see the media picking up what they were saying because they were so active. Whether that's right or wrong, I won't dive into that, but it was absolutely a major factor. And so by the time that August came around in 2015, we held a debate between the CEO of Boston 2024 and the leader of the No Boston Olympics. And actually, completely objectively, I thought it went well for Boston 2024. But the final piece was the IOC wanted the state of Massachusetts to back the bid, and the governor at that time was hesitant to do so without a study on what the economic impact is going to be and how this is going to affect the state as a whole. And that study hasn't come back yet. And so I think the USOPC was seeing a lot of negativity coming through, because, again, a lot of it on social media. This is how we reported. And they were pressuring the governor to support the bid on this timeline. And I think the governor wasn't going to do that. So unfortunately, it was a perfect storm.
Right. Literally and figuratively. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's that's really interesting. The details or the factors that contributed to that, and the International Olympic Committee's pressure probably was the nail on the coffin. It sounds like. And I know Chicago had a similar situation, contemplating a bid for the 2026 World Cup. Talk to us about the reasons for not moving forward with that process.
Yeah. So when I was with the Chicago Sports Commission, so coming off of Boston 2024, I went to work for the Chicago Sports Commission, which is an arm of to Chicago, the Tourism Bureau for the city of Chicago. And as you mentioned, Chicago was one of the candidate cities for the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2026. So that process is very similar to the Olympic process, where you have nation do a selection process before it even goes to FIFA. United 2026, of course, is for the first time a 3-nation conglomerate bid. So it's Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And so during this process, we were one of the U.S. cities that was trying to get the United 2026 committee, so the Canada, Mexico, and U.S. bid, to get them to select Chicago. And we went through this process pretty far. I mean, and this is not just the Tourism Bureau and the Sports Commission, this city. This is our venue partners, so Silver Field, all your practice facilities. I mean, there's quite a bit that goes into this, and we go pretty far. Ultimately, what it came down to, there's a few factors. I mean, first of all, this is a huge financial responsibility that cities have to back. That's what FIFA requires. So it's certainly a political issue. That's the first thing. The second thing was some of the venue requirements. Of course, Soldier Field is a hollowed traditional venue that limited some of the games that the city of Chicago could go after. There's also a lot to this, right? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't a bad investment from that point. It's just a consideration. And what it really came down to was the promises and the guarantees that the city as a whole had to sign on to were just too much for the administration. It was too much for the venues. It was a huge risk. And so after going through this process and getting pretty far into it, the city and the Chicago bid committee, which is, again, made up of lots of different groups and several different people, made the joint decision to withdraw. And, thinking about that, of course, it's always a bummer. It's a bummer. You want to be a World Cup city. You want to be an Olympic city. And you brought up the point also, Chicago was an Olympic bidding city, too, at one point. And so actually, the Chicago Sports Commission was a direct legacy of the Chicago 2016 bid, where Chicago made it all the way into the final round of IOC selection and unfortunately didn't get selected. And so I think that was part of it, too, is there was a concern about being put in that position again, putting all of this forward and then not being selected. But on the other hand, I mean, the one major advantage of a huge city like Chicago, America's third largest city, deciding to withdraw from the Olympic bid is during 2026, that's a whole summer of or a whole month and a half for keeping your venues offline. And these are all of, or most of, the US's major cities. And so the advantage for Chicago was who's going to take all those events that normally happen? Who's going to take those Taylor Swift concerts? Who's going to take, those Beyonce concerts? Who's going to take those major conventions that need that convention space that is now going to be tied up with United 2026 and all these other destinations? So that was a major consideration too, and ultimately was the right decision for the city, and why, as a whole, the Chicago bid contingent for 2026 decided ultimately to withdraw.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of valid reasons and concerns. And tell us just kind of an overview, if you can, of some of the events that you actually were able to help be part of.
Yeah, absolutely. So I sent over a few pictures so we can, I don't know if we want to pull those up, but one of my, let's see, this one's the Labor Cup. Yes. So the Labor Cup was one of my favorite events that I got to be a part of when I was at the Sports Commission. I was a part of this from bid to host, which feels really good for anybody in this world. We work so hard to get the bid, then get the bid, you spend a year or sometimes 3 or 4 years, maybe even longer preparing for these events. The Labor Cup, I think it was 2 years that we had to prepare, a year and a half roughly. And the Labor Cup, for those who don't know, is the tennis version of the Ryder Cup. So it was the idea that Roger Federer had, a team Europe versus the world concept, and it switched every year from Europe to a world destination. And Chicago was the second destination, first world destination. So it was an amazing event. Over 90,000 attendees, huge economic impact. It was fantastic. It was held in the United Center. So I think that was the first time the United Center hosted tennis in roughly 30 years, something like that. Another wonderful event, it was up there on the screen just a second ago, but the Big Ten, that picture right there, that is a picture from the Big Ten men's basketball 2019 final. I'm a native of Michigan. I graduated law school from Michigan State University, and it was a Michigan State final that went into double overtime. So,
yes.
That was a lot of fun. That was a great time. Let's see, some other events we hosted. We hosted a FIFA Women's World Cup viewing party in 2019. That's that picture right there. That was in Lincoln Park in the middle of Chicago. This is one of those relatively smaller scale events, but it was something that really brought our community together to cheer on the women's national teams. That was a wonderful event.
Looked like it was well attended.
Yes, it was very well attended. Yeah, so we worked with U.S. Soccer to put that on. U.S. Soccer is based in Chicago. Another event, the last event that I did, let's go to this one. This is the NFL kickoff. This is in 2019, celebrating the NFL's 100th anniversary as well as the 100th birthday of the Bears. So a very natural anniversary celebration here. This is in Grant Park in Chicago. And that was Bears versus Packers, which was a ton of fun. And then the final event, my very last event I hosted was the 2020 NBA All-Star Game. And that was the longest preparation time. That was roughly 3 years from bid to selection to host. And it was a tremendous event. I will tell you, working with the NBA was a dream. The NBA truly cares about showcasing the host city they're in, and they really made that all-star game all about Chicago. So it was so much fun to host that, and a wonderful event for this.
Of those 5 events, was there any unique surprises, things that you didn't anticipate, or things that you kind of learned? Hosting those events.
Oh yes, for those of us in the event world, once the train is out of the gate, you just go. And always event week, there's not a whole lot of sleep, and always something comes up. There's always something that's going to come up that you're going to have to deal with. I guess an example, I ran the volunteer program for the Labor Cup. So I had roughly 300 volunteers who came in. I mean, talk about economic impact. These people didn't even have tickets to come to the event, but there was volunteers from roughly 16 countries, 25 some states that came in just to volunteer. And it was wonderful. It was amazing, but it was a lot of coordination and different levels of volunteers and figuring all of that out. So I think the biggest thing I've learned is all you can do is plan as best as you can, work your plan as best as you can, but also have some flexibility, because invariably something is going to come up where you're going to have to do some adjustments.
And one final question for you. I know you have a really unique background of being a pyrotechnic operator, meaning that you set up and shoot off fireworks. So what advice would you give to event owners who want to incorporate a fireworks display into their events?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. Yes, I am a certified pyrotechnician. I've been doing it for roughly 13 years. I think from the event side, obviously, this is a pretty dangerous endeavor. So from the event side, I mean, you have a lot of very, very excellent pyrotechnic companies that know what they're doing, whether it's in a venue or it's outside or whatever it is. There's a lot of expertise in that industry. From the event perspective, I would just do your homework on your companies, make sure that you can trust them. Of course, talk with your insurance, because it might not even be worth it or feasible for you after talking with whoever does your insurance. If the insurance premium is too much. Now, there are specialized insurance companies that do handle these kinds of extra dangerous things. So that's always an option. But just from a practical consideration, your insurance is kind of your first stop. And then again, just making sure that whoever you're working with has a really good reputation, you feel comfortable with them, and they have had some experience doing it, whatever you're looking.
You got some great skills there. You can advise clients on how to incorporate fireworks into their events or not.
Yes. There's always a way. It's just whether it is feasible, I suppose.
Right.
Liability perspective.
Yes. Well, thank you for your time, Roxanne. I appreciate all the information and your wealth of experience, and thanks for sharing with us today.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for having me, Angela. I appreciate it. It was a great time.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being here, sharing with us about sports tourism and destination marketing considerations before the big game. Thank you to our viewers for joining us today. Our next episode will be with Joseph Cooper, who's going to discuss racism in sport. We'll see you then.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, You need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Make No Mistake, the Government is Not Functioning. Mitch McConnell never did allow the appointment of Merrick Garland to come to the floor of the Senate, so Garland was never confirmed for the Supreme Court. What's wrong with this picture? That's not what's supposed to happen. Is McConnell less politicized today? The GOP members of Congress are in lockstep to stop everything that Joe Biden wants to do, even if it is clearly good for the country. There are very few exceptions. What's wrong with this picture? As a result, Congress can't get anything done and is not addressing any of the issues facing the country. Soon enough there will be another struggle on federal funding, and the GOP members of Congress will refuse to fund the government unless the Democrats give them what they want. This is not the way it's supposed to work, and it will make the U.S. a laughingstock, again. Our unfavorite Senator Tommy Tuberville is still holding up confirmation of hundreds of military promotions until he gets what the GOP wants. That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the meantime, Tuberville is undermining our national defense, destroying morale, and setting a really bad precedent. The GOP members of Congress are not funding the Internal Revenue Service. This is also not the way it's supposed to work. It's undermining the ability of the federal government to collect taxes, especially due from the wealthy, and thus the ability of the federal government to function in general. The Supreme Court is a train wreck. It is completely politicized and inexcusably corrupted. The conservative majority does not care about the welfare of the people or the country, and as a result the people and the country no longer trust the court or the federal judiciary. Trump did his level best to handicap the federal agencies in order to aggrandize his power, including the national intelligence, public health, and law enforcement agencies. For reasons not clear, Joe Biden has not been able to restore competent management and public confidence in a number of these agencies. While Joe Biden speaks of democracy and the rule of law, he is not strong enough to deal with the challenges of managing this non-functional government. This is not likely to change before Election Day, and Biden's inability to deal with these things will seriously undermine his campaign. The Republicans are therefore likely to get what they want: governmental chaos. Trump will use that to his benefit, and so will his followers, indictments or not. The people and the country, of course, will be at an increasing risk of national collapse. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on, say, one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred, or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change, or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, And you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good. The Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask? Learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha and welcome to Holistic Wellness Revealed. I'm Letitia Sharp and I'm your host today as we talk about ourselves being the medicine that we are seeking in our lives. Today, I feel super blessed to have Tara Ann on as our guest. She's a wellness coach. She does leadership and life coaching, and she also is a metabolic therapy specialist. So let's welcome Tara Ann.
Mahalo nui, Tish. It's an honor to be here with you and the audience.
Aloha, Tara. So, as I was feeling into this today and over the last couple of weeks and how we are the medicine, I mean, that can actually look a couple of different ways. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I appreciate you bringing this up. What a powerful topic to consider how we engage with our challenges throughout life, whether that's a physical ailment like a broken bone or a chronic illness that forces us to shift our lifestyles so that we can take best care of ourselves. And I hold this close to my heart because about 7 years ago, I had an experience medically that forced me to stop and take a look at everything in my life. I was building my dream on the Big Island where it was 40 acres and we built a retreat center and people were coming to stay and there was community and wellness and and I was working 90, 100 hours a week. I was in the permitting process. There was so much to grounding this vision. And I started I was carrying so much stress, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I grew up in a household where, when life doesn't make sense, put your head down and work harder. That will produce some results. And that has served me very much in my life. However, back in 2016, when I had a grand mal seizure while I was sleeping, and the next day when I went and had all the tests done, and the doctors told me, Tara, you just need to do more of that yoga you talk about. I felt humbled. And that was a moment I knew that the medicine was within me.
So you knew that at that point that you needed to find a way to use this for your betterment of your soul journey here physically. In essence, that's what you're saying.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it wasn't perfect by any means. 6 months later, all right, actually, let me back up because I had revised my schedule, brought more, self-care into the routine. Yet 6 months later, I kind of found myself back into that overdrive habit that I had built. So it wasn't perfect. And I had another seizure. And that was then when the doctors said, well, now there's a diagnosis and here's some medication I want you to take for the rest of your life. And I said, but doc, look at in this medication. It like has, very, you know, lots of side effects and it like works, half of the time. Like, there's got to be something else. And it took some time, but finally there was a doctor that said, well, Tara, there's a diet. There's a diet that was started in the 1920s, and it was particularly developed for epilepsy and seizure control, but it's really hard. It's really hard. And I said, Doc, I don't think you've met me. Let me at him, give me a challenge. And so I went on the path of an elimination protocol. And it wasn't easy. And it took a lot to find my way. And I continue to adjust it because there isn't like one thing that sticks forever. However, I'm happy to say that I'm over 2.5 years seizure free and I'm medication free too. So I have been able to find the medicine within. And it's a lot of, sure, schedule and such, but it's more around where am I willing to say no? Where am I willing to put up some healthy boundaries so that I can say yes more to me? And how can I structure my life so that, yes, there's powerful contribution and service, but there's also space for freedom, fun, and plenty of time with loved ones. So that's my work these days. And I bring this not only to my coaching clients and one-on-one arenas, but also I go into corporations and organizations where they're now seeing that mental health, mental well-being is a very big part of how we're experiencing life and what kind of ailments we're dealing with. So it's my honor to serve in these ways, to tune in to the medicine within.
So what would you say was the actual, okay, let me back it up. First of all, how did you deal with the fear? Because there had to be a certain amount of fear. When you first had that seizure, I mean, how did you deal with that? Where did you find the resource to be able to get back to your calm, to look for the medicine? Because it's not, I mean, it's easy to say, oh yeah, we're the medicine we see. It's just, it's this la la stuff on the outside. And I mean, there's some serious inner journeying that has to happen in order for you to find that stability and find that medicine. What did that look like for you?
Well, thanks for asking. That's a really great question because you're right. The initial shock and surprise, the disillusion, if you will, was a lot to sort through too. And as you say, the fear. And what I've come to know about fear is that there are 3 faces of fear: fear of the unknown, fear of judgment, or fear of failure. And I'd have to say all 3 of those were present for me, but most was the fear of the unknown. I had no idea. There was nobody in my family that had dealt with seizures. There was nobody in my life that had been dealing with this. So there was a lot around uncertainty. And, post seizure, what I've learned is sometimes it takes a few days up to a couple weeks to begin to feel like myself again. Right. And I've come to know, like, this is the ailment that I've been working with, but how many of us, when we are, how do I like to say, like, when there's a flare of the condition that we're dealing with, it usually doesn't happen overnight. It's almost like there's a buildup to it. So I had to get honest with myself and build a team around me So I had, I hired a coach. I found mentors that were supportive in the, not only in the epilepsy space, but in the workplace space, and in support with family. So much of it had to do with slowing down and then sorting out the overwhelm, right? There was just too much on my plate. I was, attempting to handle more than was my share. And my body was letting me know that I was ignoring its beautiful signs. So I'd have to say, first and foremost, was slowing down, clearing out the debris, writing down all of the overwhelm. This brain, this beautiful brain, it's not meant to be a storage device, right? So the first step is to write everything down that I think that I'm responsible for, or that I'm in control over, just all of the overwhelm. And then going through this list and crossing out one by one that which is out of my control. Then identifying what is in my control, and then prioritizing and even categorizing, and then making an action plan for what is in my control. This is what the brain is designed to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a mentor of mine always says about overwhelm. He says, when you feel like you're doing too much, do less.
Yeah.
Simple, right? And I've used that over the years to be able to really check myself, because I'm an overachiever also, a little extra. So yeah. And so what would you say was, I mean, I hear this a lot too. Like, I also work with a lot of people who have different, say, acute issues, and also people who have longer term issues. And I can't tell you how many times I've worked with cancer patients who have said that was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Wow.
And it's because they moved to the other side. What would you say? And I really feel like it's because they used it as a medicine rather than something that needed medicine.
Yeah.
So what would you say was the biggest thing that you received and that you gained from this experience of seizures? Because the way I'm looking at it is that the seizures and the epilepsy is actually the medicine, and that's coming from inside of you. And how is that curing all of these outside things in your life? I know you mentioned slow down, but is there something else?
Good work. Yeah, great question, Tish, because I very much resonate with what you were saying around your clients that have been cancer patients and have said, this was the best thing that's ever happened to me. I too have worked with particularly women that deal with breast cancer, and how many of them will say, like, I was overgiving. And that, because the giving comes from the heart, but then the breast cancer too, it's like, where are we giving outside of ourselves and not giving from a cup that's overflowing, right? And so I heard you say something earlier around like, oh, I'm an overachiever too. And one thing I had to look at was like, where's the overachiever actually insecure and taking on too much in, over giving, I'd say for me, it was over responsibility, taking on more than I was capable for. And a beautiful piece that has been medicine for me, because about a year later, the relationship ended. The dream of, creating this wellness center where the world could come and renew, that dream needed to be put to rest. Now, I feel so good that it's still there on the Big Island, East Side. It's still, my baby's still going, and it may look different than back when I was, developing it. However, a big piece of my medicine, my puzzle, was that I can contribute and I can serve powerfully. And it doesn't have to be in service to the whole world. I can serve powerfully with the people that are right in front of me. I can serve locally, and I can make a difference and contribute in meaningful ways.
Yeah.
That has been a big, big piece for me.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, that goes to touch on the whole separation, right? Because when we sit there and feel like, oh, I'm trying to serve the whole world, or I want this to be a global action, and things of that nature, really, it has a feeling of something being outside of ourselves, right? It's not actually within ourselves. There's a bit of a separation, like, oh, I have to reach people on the other side of the world because they're different from the people right here. They're different from me right here, which is where it ultimately starts and where it started with you in your story. So, in your story, it started with you and you let go of the global and you brought it back to what is right in front of you, which I just absolutely love that. I love, 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 love that. Because separation is really harmful, right? That's just as harmful as the fear.
When I came over here to Oahu, here I was, a new girl in a big city, and realized quickly that, what I was doing there doesn't necessarily translate perfectly here. So it's been a what I refer to as like a beautiful acclimation of learning and earning my way on this beautiful island too. I'm here in Honolulu in the beautiful valley of Manoa, and it's this island with her complexities and populations and just the density of people. Like, I don't run out of inspiration to show up and be of service. There's plenty to be and to contribute to.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Yep. This is definitely a place of being able to gather and share. For sure. When we were having a little chat a few days ago, you brought up a super interesting point. And that point, to me, I feel like we really need to bring to the viewers, because it's been said a million times over, and how to be able to find ownership for what's happening in your life. So, when we find that ownership, really, what is the process of that? I know, since this is your forte, I'd love to hear how you explain that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a big deal, and I have to take a look at, like, where are we taking ownership in our lives and where are we showing up as a victim? And it can sound daunting, but any of those places, for instance, when I was talking about earlier, like, where on my list of overwhelm was I taking on more than I'm even built for? Right. And so that can lend itself to my victim mentality. Right. So, really getting clear on what's in my control and what's out of my control. But one piece that is also quite important is, the idea that the issue isn't the issue. How we're being with the issue is the issue. And said one other way, how we're being with ourselves with the issue is the issue.
Mm.
And so that can translate to, are we sitting in our pity party and just how long do we give ourselves to stay there? Because yes, there are feelings of sadness and shock and overwhelm. Be there, and at what point do we get back up and stand in ourselves and begin again? If we're continuing to beat the drum of I'm not enough, poor me, woe is me, we're going to create more of the same, and it may, the old adage of, energy flows where attention goes. And so in these, diagnoses or, you know, issues that can seem overwhelming, it's like, how do we get honest with ourselves and begin to take action where we can?
Yeah.
And that's, a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. Over time makes change. So I feel so blessed to share this here today, but also slowing down with others to support their process, because it often can be overwhelming to do on our own.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a really good point. I love how you said the what did you say about the better question was how you are with yourself
Yeah.
through it. And really that's what helps us show up outside of ourselves, right? So when we figure out, okay, what has harmed us? Another great mentor of mine, what harms you? And I really had to dig deep. And this is not like light stuff, people. This is, oh crap, you got to get honest, with yourself first. And that was another point that you brought up, is you have to get honest with yourself. And so I can tell you right now the things that harm me, and I'm happy sharing them because I'll go first. Pick me. So yeah, what is it? Oh gosh, separation. First of all, thinking that I am separate from anyone, self-doubt. Self-doubt has harmed me immensely in so many things. In fact, could have even harmed me this morning because I was starting to doubt the fact that I was going to be able to bring this potent message to people. And then I had a really good friend of mine just say, girl, get over yourself. Just be yourself. That is a medicine, silly. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you. And that's me reminding myself that I've surrounded myself with these friends. And the other one that is huge for me that has harmed me is comparison. Is comparing myself to other people, other outcomes, other anything outside of me. And that helps me to find my inner wisdom. And I feel like that can help other people to find their inner wisdom and find this new point of view that whatever is your experience in life is not happening to you. You are the person. You are the driver. It's your essence trying to speak through you so that you can continue this journey of experiencing yourself more fully in this lifetime.
1,000%. And and to take that piece one step further, is it's the example you shared earlier with some of the cancer patients that said, this is the best thing that's ever happened for me. Rather than taking a look at something as, oh, it's happening to me, it's happening for me. That is a perfect example of the difference between victim and ownership mentality.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And I mean, even I just had COVID for the second time a couple of weeks ago, or no, gosh, a few months ago. And I really felt a shift with that COVID. I had worked the first time I got COVID, I worked through the shame of maybe not being such a great healing person because how could I let my vibration drop enough to be able to get COVID or anything like that, right? And then this one, I really used it to get out of that thinking brain and allowing that sense of guidance, that heavenly guidance, that essence to come through, that inner wisdom, like you said.
Yeah. Similarly, earlier you were talking about, self-doubt. And, as I have to own that insecure part of me that can be the overachiever. I really like to produce and achieve. It feels really good. And I have to catch myself. Am I doing it for something outside of myself? Am I doing it for accolades or to be seen as valuable? Or is it true excellence moving through me? Right. And so, taking a look at what are our motives and are they true, or not?
Right. And that's it, living in that truth. And it's not just something that people say to sound smart and new age. It's really take a look at what is your truth. And I love how you said that. Yeah, you've got to figure out what are your motives. And that takes me to a point of, we we have always talked about all of the ways of healing here on this show. And so it's okay, mental, physical, emotional, spiritual. And you work on all those levels. I would say the physical part, you've got is it a podcast? Trust Your Gut? What is that?
Oh, that was a live event I was doing on YouTube. We definitely created a YouTube channel during the pandemic, and we're doing weekly wellness gut checks. And then also, I have a library of classical yoga practices, yoga for everybody, as well as I love chair yoga. I love to bring wellness and presence to people that might be motion restricted, or have a hard time getting down on the floor. We can do plenty from the chair. And so I shared those here. And then I'd also love to just share that if, especially for this show, I'm willing to open up this October and have 2 complimentary deep dive conversations with the listeners here. So if anybody would like to send me an email that hears this, send me an email, aloha@terraann.com, TERRAANN.com, and we'll get a complimentary deep dive session in service to you.
Oh my goodness. I know so many people who need that and are going to jump. What a generous, I'm touched. Thank you so much, Tara Ann. I don't have words. That's such a generous offer. That's great. And also, I know that if anyone has a business or a corporation or anything like that, you do great. It goes beyond team building, right? The team building is kind of the result that happens with the coaching that you're doing with the company. So if anybody is looking for something like that, Tara Ann is a great resource as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really enjoying, like I said, like organizations are now seeing the value in support in this way. So there's some teams that I lead monthly mindset sessions for, quarterly one-on-ones for the team so they can get customized coaching support in their lives, because companies now see, with health insurance costs going up and people having to deal with these chronic illnesses so much, the value of empowering the individual to take the control of their life and their health and their mental well-being too. So it's a holistic effort, and it's super fun to see how corporations and leadership in companies are taking a stand for well-being.
Yeah, that's such an important part of growth. And so to have that kind of growth in a business really ensures the success, right? So that I would encourage everyone to do that. And so we touched a little bit on mental, so we can get our mindset taken care of. We can get our priorities in order. We touched on the emotional part, how we feel about it, our fears, maybe how we move through those, and maybe even feel where the source of that is coming from, so that we can deal with it a little bit easier. And then the spiritual aspect of taking that deeper dive and really going within and finding out maybe what is that soul purpose that's wanting to find its way and express itself through us. And of course, the physical part with the metabolic treatments and therapy, and also finding out how to trust our guts and things of that nature. So I just love how holistic meaning, in the meaning of holistic meaning, body, mind, spirit, emotions, and all of those things being equal and having just as much attention as the other part of us and finding balance there. Tara Ann, thank you so much for coming on today and just sharing and being vulnerable and open and talking to us about your story and everything. It's really been a gift.
Oh, you are so welcome, Tish. I honor the space that you've created to bring people together and have authentic conversations about empowerment and what is possible when we really get present and tune into ourselves. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, mahalo. And to ThinkTech Hawaii, thank you so much for this platform that you've provided, and to our donors and our sponsors for keeping us on the air and letting us have these conversations out in the open. Until next time, aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests, and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
Aloha.
Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Tommy Tuberville is out of his freaking mind. So who is Tommy Tuberville? Well, he is a Republican pro-life retired football coach. He has been in the U.S. Senate representing Alabama for not quite 2 years. He has never served in the military, but has somehow been appointed chair of the very powerful Armed Services Committee. He is completely unqualified for that position. For the past 6 months, as chair of that committee, he's been holding up confirmation of military promotions, holding some 300 of them hostage and in limbo. This is all on his demand and condition that the DoD change its policy on paying travel expenses for women service members who want to have an abortion. Although this issue is legally a matter of DoD policy, unless the Senate accommodates his demand, he will continue to stand in the way of all promotions. This includes the reappointment of Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is scheduled to retire on October 1st. Tuberville's actions are unforgivably ignorant, destructive, and stupid. He has effectively paralyzed promotions in the United States military. With all that, he is still chair of the Armed Services Committee and still able to block these promotions. In a time when we rely so heavily on our military to do its job in dealing with so many threats in the world, this is sheer madness. Is Tuberville operating alone, or as a proxy for Trump and Trump's followers? We tend to think it's exactly that. It's a brand new politicization and only for political purposes. And although the GOP pretends to support the military, this is a huge swipe at the rank and file. In any event, it's an insult to the Senate and Congress, and the government in general, and the voters of all parties, and the country. It's certainly an insult to the military, not just the officers he is holding up, but all the officers and all the men and women, in all the branches who serve the country. Where is the Senate leadership? Where is Mitch McConnell, assuming he's still capable? Really, can't Tuberville be removed from this committee or from the Senate in general? Where is the DoD and the Chiefs of Staff, and the White House? Where are the officers' associations? Where are the service academies and their graduates? Where are the military lawyers? Shouldn't they be screaming at the top of their lungs? Can they do nothing? And what do our American veterans think of what is happening here, the ones who have already served, and have risked their lives in years past? The adverse effect on our national security, and on our military morale, leadership, initiative, and readiness is unprecedented, profound and obvious. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year on military and national defense. This kind of thing pulls the rug out from all of that. At the very least, it is a huge chink in our national armor. And what do patriotic Americans just like you think about what is happening here, those who care about the country, and who understand that we need to defend ourselves, and that we have an important role in global security? And what do our allies think of us? Perhaps again that we are a laughingstock, and not to be respected or trusted. And worse, how will our enemies, like Russia and China, capitalize on what Tuberville is doing, and how will they exploit this new weakness? They say the U.S. government is more and more non-functional, and that the country is falling apart. Sorry to say, but this is just one more indication that that is clearly so. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism. Devotion and commitment to one's country. Identification with, and vigorous support and special concern for its well-being.
Freedom of speech. The right to express opinions without government restraint, as provided in the First Amendment.
Separation of church and state. The fundamental principle that religion and government are separate and do not mix or control each other, as set forth in the First Amendment.
The peaceful transfer of power. A concept important to democratic governments in which the leaders of a government peacefully hand over power to the newly elected leadership.
Aloha, my name is Cheryl Matsuoka, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Restaurant Association and the Hawaii Restaurant Association Educational Foundation. Mahalo for joining me here on Restaurants of Hawaii on the ThinkTech platform. Today, we're going to be talking about a very heavy subject, and our hearts are very heavy as we think about those who have been affected by the Maui wildfires. Although in the face of this tragedy, we have also witnessed incredible strength and unity in our state. It's heartwarming to see the outpouring of love and support from all corners of our state. And today I'd like to have my guests introduce themselves. I'm honored to have two very special guests who will share with us exactly what is needed today in Maui on the Lahaina front. So first, I'd like to have Auntie Blanche. My dear Auntie Blanche was introduced to me by my dear Auntie Peggy. And as soon as the wildfires hit, I was in Auntie Peggy's office, and I had an opportunity to speak to Auntie Blanche over the phone. That next morning, Monday morning, I drove to Waimanalo to meet Auntie Blanche and to see how we could support her in her initiative. Auntie Blanche, could you please introduce yourself?
Aloha, my name is Blanche McMillan. I am the CEO of the Hui Mahiai Aina of the Homeless Shelter, Houseless Shelter, and the Poor. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Auntie. And I'd like to now introduce Major Troy. Gosh, how do I say this? Major, I don't know if you heard the story, but I was introduced to people over at the Salvation Army on the Saturday after the wildfires. I don't know if you heard the story that Naomi emailed me at 4 a.m. in the morning. The email came through, and what she was requesting was takeout containers, because now this is Saturday, right? So there's been a few days that we've been dealing with the wildfires. Immediately as her request came in for takeout containers, because everybody, right, needed to serve food, I was able to get a truckload of takeout containers and utensils over to the Salvation Army so that you all could continue all the great work that you do. Major Trimmer, please introduce yourself.
Well, thank you. Major Troy Trimmer. I'm the Salvation Army's divisional headquarters here in Hawaii. I'm the divisional commander for the Hawaiian Pacific Islands Division. So that oversees all of the Hawaiian Islands, clear out to Guam, Saipan, and beyond.
Thank you for joining me. So, Major, how has the Salvation Army been affected by the Maui wildfires?
Well, Cheryl, first of all, Maui is our family, right? Salvation Army has been in Maui since 1895. In fact, during the fires, our own operation in Lahaina, we've lost everything. Praise God, we didn't lose our personnel, but we lost our core building. That's a church for the Salvation Army. We lost our administration. We lost our thrift store. We lost our services to the community that happened there, and even lost the parsonage or the Salvation Army quarters. But that very first night, our team made their way over to Kahului and got into the kitchen, even having lost their own homes, got into the kitchen and began preparing meals, which is what the Salvation Army does. So it's impacted us greatly. The most barring or difficult thing right now really is that we've lost the Lahaina operation. So we're still efforting, trying to get back into the west side. We're looking at every opportunity and option that is there, but we're not there. So prior to the fires, the Salvation Army fed on daily basis our houseless friends, provided hygiene kits, did services to Kapuna. And so being primarily focused on or stationed in Kahului right now, all of our personnel goes over there every day to make sure all of our services are continuing to happen. It lays heavy upon the hearts of our people that they're not back in the community in which they had to flee from. So we're really efforting hard to get there. That's probably the biggest impact personally to us as an organization. And then, of course, all of the ohana around all the neighboring islands. Salvation Army is a huge family. And when one part of the family hurts, just like everyone else and Blanche and her team, the rest of us hurt. So that's probably been the most significant manner.
And I heard stories, Major Trimmer, of even your staff losing homes in Lahaina and still work through that.
Yeah, they have. Almost all of our volunteer base and our staff who lost homes there were immediately serving, still serve today. We have a fabulous guy we call Uncle Dino, who has helped a lot with the Salvation Army over the years and has been helped by the Salvation Army. And when we were with him in Maui just a few weeks ago, he was able to tell me, Major, the most pressing thing upon my heart that's been meaningful to me of all the time I've been with the Salvation Army is during this fire to just be able to be with people and to cry with people. And so while they're serving meals, they're taking time to talk story and to be with people who are impacted deeply by this tragedy.
Thank you for all that you do. And Auntie Blanche, oh my God, I drove out there on Monday and I saw your facility out there at Mahi Ana. I was so impressed, Auntie. While I was there, the Waimanalo healthcare staff was also over there, providing all of the checkups that they need to, all of the different things that they need to do for record keeping. So you've been such a significant leader in our community. It's just an honor to meet you. But, now.
Nice to meet you too. Yes.
Yes. And I've seen you up at the Waimanalo community and Oahu, and now you're on Maui. Can you please share with us what you've been going through in the last 4 weeks?
Actually, when I first started, I got a wake up call, and I never thought Maui would have fire there in Lahaina. And I got on a phone, just one phone call made a millions of viewers came over and said, what can I do? Well, how can I help? And what I did, I decided, you know what? It is time for me to help our people in Maui. This amazing thing, what really, 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 the people of Hawaii really got together in this program. I mean, this special thing that what happened to one of our islands. And we really went and pulled through with each other. It was so unbelievable how touching, how chicken skin it was when people started to come here and started to donate. And then from one thing, it became a 420 pallets of things that we needed. We needed generator. It just came in one after another. But I didn't know my nephew who lives in Maui had 75 people on his property that came from Napili Way out from Lahaina. And I said, what a blessing. What I did, I got 2 containers to his home and made sure that our 75 families or people was there to feed them, medical, whatever the babies needed, they had everything. We supplied everything. And because of the love of the people that made what it is today, and that we continue on to bless each and every one of them. And that's why, we had importing people that brought things like Augie tea. We had some big companies like Pimentes. We even had our Waimanalo stores that donated a lot of things and brought food to feed all of us. There were hundreds and hundreds of volunteers every single day here, 13 days straight, nonstop. We started from 5 in the morning till 10 at night. And I never stop anyone from bringing things. Even if they come like 11, out the door will always be open for everyone. So that's why we kept on continue. And people were calling me, how are you going to get things there? It was only simple. I prayed to God. God gave me the containers. I had 15 containers, a total of 17 containers that went to Maui. And then we had families that collected the containers there, plus the mayor's wife, Kaihi, who was the leader of Maui for um, our containers, and her 2 daughters. They were very amazing. How beautiful it was. How things just falls in place when you do this kind of work. When you see this kind of thing, it's unbelievable. There's no words that can explain that things can work. Things just work out. And today I continue on in collecting for Maui because when I went there, I went to Kula. Yes, I went to the hubs and whatever, and that's where our stuff are going to Kula. And then from there we went to Kihei. Kihei was another place. That's another hub. And then we have Kiopolani. I think that was a park, and that's where all the supplies are going. So I wanted to be one of those who, for the emergency hubs, whenever they run out, there will always be things to give out to the people. And this is what I want to do for the whole year, or maybe continue on doing what is my job is all about. And I want to make sure that I hope and I pray that I will be one of them that will open up a shelter. Right now, I want to open shelters for homeless and houseless. But today, because of our people, of the disaster of the fire, they have nowhere to go. And I want to be there because we do have a land, but I have to pray on it because it belongs to the state. And I'm trying to see if we can put temporary homes because there's a lot of people that called me that have shelter, I mean, have homes that it's already made to be put on the land. If I can do 200 houses, I'll be so happy. Let me tell you, I'll be so glad. Bring our people home and in a safe environment and a safer place for the family. And that is my goal. And I thank you very much.
No, thank you, Auntie Blanche. I've been out to your Waimanalo location, and what Auntie Blanche was saying to me, asking me is, if you know anybody who has lumber, Cheryl, I could use lumber. I've been out there. I've seen the farm, Auntie. I've been out there and seen the people and the Waimanalo healthcare system over there. So with the yes, taking out over there, doing their tests and providing medication and things like that. So thank you, Auntie, for all that you do.
Yes. And one more thing I want to tell you about my shelter. Our shelter is not run by the city, state, or the government. I'm sorry. It is run by my nonprofit. It's because of the love of the people that brings things into this area and always serving our people. And that's why we continue to build many more homes. And today we have 75 people I have here, and I have 50 homes. And I brought the old Hawaiian style. If you believe in the land would take care of you. And that's exactly what I do here. And we all work together. There's no one who lives in their house all day, 24 hours. Everybody's outside in the garden. We have garden. We have heads. People who take care of the kitchen. It's all community kitchen, bathrooms, showers. We do security on our own. We do everything together. And this is where everywhere in this entire Hawaiian Islands should bring back that, and we all work together as one.
Yes, and Auntie was on the midweek cover. Auntie, I want to say, was it like 5 weeks ago? Was it? It feels like
during the time of the fire. It was during the time we were collecting, and I had HON News, I had midweek, and then we had our own televised going on at the same time. And I had to split my body into 3 different parts. But you know what? Let me tell you something. It all came out beautiful. Everything came out beautiful. Yes.
I go out to meet you on Monday, and then here it is on Wednesday. You're in my. I was like, hey, I was just with Auntie Blanche. So
yes. Yeah. You're right. And then you see me on the midweek. Yes. They wanted to just make a story about it, how fast I moved on this project for Maui. Yes. Because, one thing, my heart goes to my people. And that's where I'll be always. I will always be there for them. And, don't waste any time. Do it. I believe you do it so that things can move. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And Major Trimmer, as we discussed, I have a dear, dear friend, Victor Leonardi. I don't even know. We've probably known each other for 15 plus years, and he is a dear, dear friend. And when all this happened, I heard that he flew from Guam straight to Maui, missed me, didn't even come to check in on me on Oahu. So what kind of assistance has the Salvation Army been providing since the onset of the Maui wildfires?
Oh, well, Cheryl, before we get into that, I apologize on Victor's behalf. He was out in Mawar in Guam for us, and he'd been there for 3 months responding, which is what the Salvation Army does. So we don't just come into disaster and move out quickly. We stay because we're in 134 countries. We're positioned in almost every location in the United States, and so we respond quickly and we stay long, which is what Victor did. So he is a dear friend, which speaks highly of your character as well. He's a great man, And you're right, he was there on the fires the night it happened. I was on the phone with him, or the app WhatsApp with him while he was in Guam trying to figure out how to get back, and he was back by Friday morning. From Tuesday night when the fires hit, he was back on Friday morning and at the emergency operations centers, and then running the state VOAD, which is Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster. So that's the caliber and character of people that we have in Hawaii, and we're so pleased and honored to have him as part of the team. And under his leadership as our Emergency Disaster Services Director, we've been feeding since day one. Salvation Army is often first to respond, or one of the first organizations to respond, because we're positioned so well. And so we've been feeding since day one. We ourselves have been responsible for the delivery of over 90,000 meals, in partnership. We've helped coordinate an additional, there's about 700,000 meals from vetted organizations, volunteers organizations, active in disaster, not to mention all of those other countless hundreds and thousands of meals that have been provided, people anti here, so that, people are being served on a regular basis. So been doing that, and then being present with people. We've had the privilege of interviewing over 900 households, taking time and detailed interviews, trying to find out what next steps, what next needs are, just kind of being with them. And then from that, we do something called emotional and spiritual care. Auntie mentioned earlier that the need came up and she prays, and then God brings the answer, right? And so yes. one of the greatest privileges we have is just to be present with people, and often those people allow us to pray with them. So we spent over multiple hours with over 2,200 of the survivors, and just being alongside of them in prayer support and encouragement, and just listening to their story, hugging and wrapping arms around them, and just encouraging them through the day. So that's been some of the most significant things we've been doing. Obviously, we continue to feed today, and now we're pivoting into additional services, which we're really blessed to be able to do based upon those 900 family interviews. And those family interviews are going on. That number is continuing to build. But from those 900, we found that there's transportation needs. We found that there's other needs that we can come alongside of, additional material assistance. So we're giving, gift cards to Walmart and other places where people can pick up some of their own things and start to return, as crazy as it sounds, to a little bit of normalcy in the midst of what is not normal. So yeah, I've been very active, and it's because of people like Victor Leonardi and others who are, his home is in Maui, as you well know, right? That's his home. And when he first got back for several weeks, fortunately, he didn't lose his house up country. But his house just smelled like smoke. He'd go home from contributing to the disaster response every day, and it just smelled like smoke. But what a faithful man. And just like Auntie, all the people who come around us is really what helps us to actually contribute back to our neighbors on Maui. So I hope that gives you a little bit of a glance what we're doing.
Yes. And thank you so much. The two of you, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, shows really Hawaii's resiliency, even though this tragic incident happened, how people are just banding together. And yes. I'm so sorry to be crying again. I too lost somebody in the Maui fire. Her funeral is this Friday. It was a dear friend of ours, and she survived the fire, but because of the smoke, and she did pass. And so it's very close to me. And thank you to the two of you for what you're doing. And Major, you hit on it right there. I get calls every day from our businesses. We have members and businesses in Lahaina that were affected, and they're looking for money. They're looking for, as you mentioned, the gift cards and things that they can just get some small essential things that they need that's not being provided through the donations. Are you providing direct donations to those individuals affected by the fire?
Yeah, direct services and direct donations in the format of like gift cards. We don't give away cash. It's against Salvation Army policy, and often is not beneficial. For many people it is, but it is often not. So we do. We're providing gift cards and Foodland certificates and Times and Safeway and Walmart, American Express. Gave us $35,000 worth of gift cards that people can use for some of those material assistance. And So yeah, we've been very honored and blessed to be able to contribute in small ways, to people's lives. And as you say, the reality is all those who've been displaced have lost uh, everything. Those who are survivors, and not to mention those who've lost their lives, right? And almost everyone who's lost everything is also have a direct and deep connection with somebody who's lost their life. So this is, a gift card's really not a significant issue, but it is an expression of grace, and it is an expression of love. And every opportunity we have as residents and family in Ohana in Hawaii to express love, whether it's a small tangible way like a gift card, or whether it's a hug or a prayer, I think we need to find ways to do that. And we're very privileged as the Salvation Army that we're trusted to come alongside of people in those type of situations and express the love of so many beyond us. The outpouring and benevolence of the world toward Maui has just been incredible, and to be able to be trusted as Auntie is to express part of that grace and love to people is just a rich, rewarding experience.
Yes. And one more thing I want to explain. I had a lot of phone calls. They wanted to send money, but once you with me, I'm not the kind of person who would accept the money, but I would try to see where they can send the money. And but most of all was the items. And plus I have my grandson who plays for Arizona Wildcats, the university. They had donated money, but I don't know where it went. But I said just send it to um actually the only one that I remember was CNHA, and Hawaii Foundation was another one. I think was the one that they wanted to know where they can send the money to. So that's what it was. And because of being out there, out in the mainland, a lot of people heard about Maui, and they really wanted to support. I mean, they're still supporting. People still yet trying to send money, but I just given to whoever is available. I mean, who I know that would accept the money and give it to the people. And but my heart goes to the people there. Where can we put them? Where can we um the only thing what I always do, I always pray to the Lord. I said there's only one thing is you who can provide for the people. We need shelters for them because there are nowhere they can go and nowhere they can turn to. And the only way that they can turn to is all of us who believe in the Lord, that we can do it and we can make it happen.
Yes.
Am I
Thank you.
correct, Salvation Army?
Auntie, you're so well spoken. It's so right. And while for short term people can be in non-congregant shelters like the hotels, I mean ultimately there's got to be a little bit of the availability to regain the dignity of independent living. Yeah, and
Yes.
so
The hotel would not be there forever.
yeah,
We
so
need to be there for them. Yes.
so we're praying along with you for solutions to that, and willing to partner with you if there's any way we can help in solutions to that. We're looking at every option and every open door that the Lord brings, so that the people of Maui can be serviced. Yeah. So you're so right on, Auntie.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for putting us on on this special program. It is an opening for everybody's eyes, and it's an opening for everybody's heart to see and hear what we do for the people. Yes.
And to get a current situation is why I brought the two of you here, because in the beginning, you're right. People were contacting me and saying, one of the football teams, the Raiders, they donated $100,000, and they contacted one of our directors and said, where do we put it? And, we give them, of course, because we don't want to be, specific. So we just say, these are the top three, right? The Salvation Army, the Hawaii Community Foundation, so we give them suggestions as to donate. And I'm happy to hear that, Major Trimmer, that you were able to give gift cards, especially to things like gas. People need to get back and forth. It's so important. And, there is no one giving out free gas. So gas cards are welcome. And that's what the show is all about today. So, Auntie Blanche, you've been on the front lines from the beginning. After the day after I saw you, you flew out, and
yes, I did. Yes,
all your time and effort.
Right.
Today, we've got 5 minutes left. Today, what do the people of Maui need? If people are calling me, I'm still asking them to drop off at your Waimanalo location. The necessary items If they're going to drop something off in Waimanalo, Auntie, what do the people of Maui need?
The Maui needs supplies, medical supplies. That is the most important thing that they need right now. They don't need clothing. They just need medical supplies, pampers, toiletries, and one more thing that they need. I'm sorry, but my mind is blank on this one because I have so much things on my, and they're actually they need your love. That is the most important thing that the people of Maui needs is our love. They need a cuddle. They need us. They need all of us to be there for them. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So Major Tremor, my last question to you is you're there out there, your staff is out there. What do the people of Maui need and how can they get it to the Salvation Army?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, obviously it varies, and as we go further along into this disaster, the needs will change. I agree with Auntie that primarily they need the presence of people. They need the presence of people on Oahu and Hawaii and Kauai who know them and who love them, who are willing to take the extra 15 minutes on the phone and just let them talk through their day and talk through their stories. From that, also understand and realize what needs are. It's very important that we do, the interviews with families and try to find out what their specific needs are. But you're right, transportation, some of those things that return to normalcy are some of the things that we're seeing that we're needing to help our survivors with. But more than anything else, it's the presence. It's the presence of people, both on Maui and those. We are one Ohana. We are really one incredible family in Hawaii. And you often end up in disaster fatigue. As a disaster goes on, people start to get tired of the reality because it's been forefront forever and ever and ever. So they need a long-term commitment from Auntie and from the Salvation Army and from the government and from all of the nonprofits and private sector people working together that we are going to endure this together and work through to the end. We've been there since 1895. We intend to be there till 2295 or beyond. And then I know that Auntie and others will be right there beside us, trying to find solutions that are meaningful to Maui.
Yes. And along with us, Major, Auntie, you both have my direct contact. You can always contact, and we have a whole industry that wants to help. When the fires first broke out, our members over in Maui, they have the refrigerated trucks. They have the high cube trucks with lift gates and pallet jacks. They were sending out all their drivers, paying for the gas, paying for their staff to pick up and unload containers of things just to jump into action. As I mentioned, the donation of food, the donation of takeout containers were all needed in the beginning just to get through that period. But we're not out of it yet. We still need to continually contribute. And the Hawaii Restaurant Association is the organization unifying, representing, and supporting the Hawaii's restaurant and food service industry. To our food service industry and to the state of Hawaii, together, we stand as one state, demonstrating our resilience and our aloha spirit. We are Hawaii, and we are united in aloha. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Amen. God bless you.
Yes. Amen.
Ai sera nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu si un ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lascia sta, e non ni corre più da presi umiante, farme non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 Fund Drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. CEDO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies. And these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas, the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it. And that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble, Mon Lee.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Acow, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru. And Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Trump and Putin, Closer Than You Think. Referring to Trump's current campaign for president, Putin recently said, "We surely hear that Mr. Trump says he will resolve all burning issues within several days, including the Ukrainian crisis. We cannot help but feel happy about it." And in return, Trump said that he will end the war in a day if he's re-elected, and has called for withholding funds to Ukraine until the DOJ and the FBI investigate Joe Biden. This reflects the transactional relationship between Trump and Putin, and is terrifying. We should have known how close Trump is to Putin. That's what his attempts to manipulate James Comey and the FBI were all about. Trump was trying to avoid being investigated for his ties with Putin, and the help Putin gave him in the 2016 election. We've heard much more about it since, and it is now undeniable. Remember that Trump's first impeachment was based on his attempts to use a government appropriation to corrupt Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Biden's son for Trump's political advantage. But Moscow Mitch McConnell blocked the impeachment trial in the Senate, and we never got to the bottom of it. Remember how Trump repeatedly complimented Putin for being so smart and clever. Remember how Trump had strange private meetings with Putin in Helsinki. Remember how he insulted the American intelligence agencies when he appeared there with Putin. Remember the dossier that British intelligence agent Christopher Steele gave us about the golden shower compromat that Putin had on Trump. Trump denied the contents of that dossier, of course, but there's much more reason to believe it now. Trump was reported to be trying to build a hotel with Putin's help in Moscow. Trump denied it, and lied about it again and again, but the fact is that it was true, and it was a major business transaction between Trump and Putin. It may still be.
Hi, welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell, and this is View from the North, where we take a look at things from Canada, and with our old friend, Dr. Ken Rogers, who's a retired Canadian businessman. And today we talk about housing. We're talking about building housing, affordable housing, housing for the homeless, housing. And before we start, I want to tell you a story, Ken. Okay? So when I was a kid, in I guess it was the 40s, the troops came back from World War II. And the city of New York had this really big open area called Flushing Meadow Park. And it was where the World's Fair was in 1939.
Where they play tennis nowadays.
That's nearby.
Okay.
And so when the troops came back, they didn't have housing, and they were being reunited with their families, their wives and children, what have you. So the city, or possibly the state or the country, built housing for them in the form of Quonset huts. And I remember when I was a kid looking down into this huge valley in Flushing Meadow Park at the west end of it. There were virtually hundreds of these Quonset hut homes, all provided free by the government. So although there might have been a real crunch in housing at the end of World War II for that part of the country, it wasn't. There was housing for them. The federal government or whoever made this, project really stepped in. And I wonder, if the same attitude could exist again, because ultimately we really need housing for a working economy. Don't you agree?
Yes, but your housing scenario requires basic understanding of supply and demand. What is the supply of the housing and what is the demand for housing? Well, if you have, thousands of people a day arriving at the southern border in the US, or, in Canada, we've had the 1.2 million people come in the last year. Now, to put that into American terms, you'd have to multiply it by 10. You'd have like 11 or 12 million. And even though you got that flood at the southern border, that's still not the same level, but it's getting close. Now, if you have that many people coming in, or the change in the population, there's no way on earth you're going to have enough housing. You could say, well, gee, the simplest thing is have zero immigration, let the housing catch up. Well, that's not a very good solution. But you still have to watch, the key factors. What's the supply of housing? What's the demand for it, and cost? And to me, you got to play with those three key factors before you can get any kind of solution or understand fully the problem.
A few years ago, my wife and I went to Singapore, and what we found, to our amazement and delight, was that Singapore does control population. Singapore, takes a lot of people in from the PRC, and the deal is it measures the number of people. I mean, there's a controlled immigration, and when they come in, this is so interesting. They are given two things. One is a job right away, day one, and the second is they're given an apartment on day one, and they pay for the apartment from out of their wages on the job. So they're never on the street. They're never without work. They're never without housing. And you got to hand it to the Singapore government for setting it up that way. We are so far from that.
Well, Singapore has one fantastic advantage over Hawaii or the United States or Canada, and that is it has one level of government. In Canada, in a city like Vancouver, there's really four levels of government. There's the federal government, the provincial government, but metropolitan Vancouver, which I call Vancouver, is made up of 8 or 10 separate municipalities. As the city expanded, it's gradually engulfed all of these former suburbs or former satellite towns into the metropolitan area.
Are you saying that the only way, or one clear way, that we can solve the housing crisis, and it is a crisis, I'm sure you'll agree, is by reforming government?
Well, I think there's a hopeless task. I think, that's like spitting up wind to say you're going to have you can't even get cooperation between the states and the federal government in the US, let alone municipalities and the states and the federal government. And you have some of these metropolitan areas, or most of the big cities in the US are really metropolitan areas made up of a whole bunch of separate municipalities. I mean, even Oahu, I think, you have about 1 million, to my recollection, you have about 1 million people in Oahu, but only 350,000 of them are in theory in the city of Honolulu. There must be other municipal jurisdictions, that make up really the Honolulu area. I mean, I think of Oahu as it's only the city of Honolulu, really. When you're a visitor and you go through the Poly Pass, it's still metropolitan Honolulu.
Yeah, true. But let me ask you this though. What are we looking for here? It seems to me that housing is got to be one of the critical factors to civilization, to the whole quality of life, to, as I said before, an economy, but also, a civil society. You can't have people living in hovels. It doesn't work. You can't have them living on the street. It certainly doesn't work. So what is our target? What is our, ultimate desire here? A house, it's like, what's his name? Hoover, President Hoover, a chicken in every pot, okay? A house for every family, same thing. But query, how do you get there? Is that what we're trying to achieve here? A house for every family?
Well, I think one of the great examples in housing of what not to do is in Cuba. Now, in Cuba, when Castro took over, they, really, the public was the owner of every building, and you kind of could have your suite inside the building. Well, if you go to, Honolulu anytime in the last 10 or 15 years, you wonder how come these gorgeous old buildings are all falling apart. Now, it's the outside that's falling apart because, there's no pride of ownership that somebody's willing to spend a nickel to fix the outside of the building that they live in. So the idea that the governments, all three levels, somehow would provide the housing, you somehow have to have it so that the house is owned by the person that's living in it, or they're renting and there is a landlord that's worried about the feeling of the hallways and the stairways and the outside appearance of the building and the yard, etc. Your cities will be a mess and they'll just be a big junkyard if it's all publicly owned, or let's call it government owned. Now, I think you can have some public housing, but I'm not a great fan for a major increase in public housing, because the minute you have public housing, it sort of really breaks down. Vancouver is one of the most progressive cities in the world in my mind, but they, every time they have a bunch of public housing, you wait 1 year and it's gone to hell in a handbasket. It really breaks down quickly without that pride of ownership being there, and they try really hard to keep it up. Now, when Singapore is providing people housing, I just don't know how they do the ownership. Like they may provide somebody the house, but you either have a landlord that's watching over very closely.
No, I'm talking about,
or they own it.
Apartments that they own. And so there is a pride of ownership and they have to pay for it. And it's a transaction where they buy it, but it's financed from part of their earnings.
Okay, well then you really got to get down to supply, demand, and cost. One of the Canada's been experimenting with improving their housing, the same as the US. Every city is a little different. Well, I got a couple of examples that I think would give some clues to what one might do in the immediate future, what cities are trying to do now. For the province in Canada that has the highest standard of living also has the best cooperation between the provincial government, the city, and the municipal government. And that's Alberta. So that you take city, the greatest increase in population in Canada has occurred in that province, in part because it has the economic opportunity, but it has been just flooded with immigration, an awful lot of it going from other provinces to that province. Now, the way they've provided their housing is they have a mixture of the most ridiculous urban sprawl you could imagine. That is, it's both Calgary and Edmonton, the two biggest cities there, are just spread out, and the governments have provided the financing for the utilities, and so that the cost of a new single family subdivision home in the suburbs of either of those cities is half the price of what it is in either Toronto or Vancouver, even though those two cities have grown faster. So you'd have, what have they done that the bigger cities have not done, even though those two cities have 1.5 million people each. Well, they have allowed government financing of the infrastructure fast enough that they were ahead of the growth rather than behind it. Most cities, such as in Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal in Canada, the three biggest cities we have, you can tell which way the city's going to grow on the outskirts first, because there's a rationing of the utilities. If there's no water, it's not going to go that way. If there's no sewer connection, it's not going to go that way. And accordingly, the price goes through the roof. Now, Vancouver picked a completely different approach to solving their housing, and they really have major constraints, a little bit like Honolulu or say New York City, is the geography prevents too much urban sprawl. So you really have, how do you increase density? Well, they took neighborhoods that were, let's say, built up in single family homes after between World War II and 1980, and simply rezoned what was a single family home lot into a higher density, so you could knock down the single family home and build something on it. Now, in the case of some cities in Western Canada, such as the one I live in, or Calgary or Edmonton, that idea has been a very good short-term success. Now, I emphasize the word short-term because I think it's the right idea, but it's not quite aggressive enough to solve the problem. For example, in the city I live in, Kelowna has about 250,000 people. Now, they took single-family home subdivisions that were built, in the 40 years after World War II, and they rezoned so you could build, a fourplex. Well, what happened was the price of the single family home was that they were knocking down to build a fourplex was worth enough money that the land cost for the fourplex was pretty high per unit. You know, for example, if the house is worth $400,000 and you're going to put a fourplex on it, then the land component in the fourplex is $100,000. So right away, what was going to be built on it was going to be a more upscale fourplex.
Mm.
You know, instead of, you know, can you build a 550 square foot 2-bedroom unit where, you know, a young family or young couple that's planning on having 1 or 2 kids could move in and live there till the kids are up to elementary school. You know, well, instead, you know, they were like, you know, 1,300, 2,000 square foot units being sold at much higher prices. Now,
this all suggests, Ken, that that government has to be involved. Hopefully, not too many levels of it, because the more levels, the more bureaucrats, the slower the process, and so forth. And permitting it gets to be a problem. But what I'm fishing for here is the dynamic of it. You talk about supply and demand. You talk about immigrants coming from far away. You're talking about trying to anticipate what people will want and what they can afford. And it seems to me, for example, that you cannot build static. You cannot say, well, we expect we're going to have X people, X levels of income in this neighborhood. So therefore, we're going to do everything we can to have this kind of unit available in that neighborhood. The neighborhood will change. And when I'm thinking, the old notion of project apartment buildings, like in Chicago and New York, in Upper Manhattan, that's what they got. That's what they got in Harlem, project buildings. And then the community changes, and you've got to change with it. So a modern model, I don't know if anybody's written about this, but a modern model, would be you only expect it to last for so long. And then you have to come in and do it again with due regard for the change in the demography, the change in the income, the change in the way the city is evolving. And I'm talking about city because I think that's ultimately where most people will live. But the problem is, I don't think cities care. It's the old notion of infrastructure. You build it, you're satisfied, the government officials change, and they move on down the road. Nobody ever thinks about it again. And before you know it, it's old and decrepit. And, it's just an awful experience to live there. So I think we have to have a new approach to reflect the changing community.
That I agree with you, and I have a problem with your idea that one level of government can solve it. And I could use an example that if Honolulu chose to use the Vancouver method of providing housing, and that was, they ran a rapid transit system, but anywhere the rapid transit system ran, they increased the density to, that would make Waikiki look like it had small buildings. You have, 15 miles from the downtown of Vancouver, you've got, 60-story buildings being built for apartments, and at a good price. The good price for Vancouver, it's still the highest price in Canada, but nevertheless, they're trying, and they got some good success. Well, if you took Honolulu and you said, an ideal neighborhood for high density would be Kahala. Now, who lives in Kahala?
Well, single family, upper end.
Oh, exactly. But if you have 10 aldermen or whatever the city council members are called, probably 3 of them live in Kahala. And you could not get diddly squat done at a city council meeting in Honolulu because of the wealth of the people that now live in Kahala would prevent anything being done other than leaving it as a single family neighborhood.
Well, yes, that's true. But remember that they have to live in their district. So you wouldn't have, an inappropriate number of council members from one district. The problem is, we want to do it this way because we've always done it this way, right? I think that's that's universal. And the other thing is, you mean we're going to have to spend money on this? We're going to actually have to make a long-term plan. We're going to have to knock down buildings that are perfectly habitable, and so I don't think that government in general, I don't think government here, for example, recognizes the need to provide an ongoing supply of housing with regard to exactly how the community is going to develop. And with a big problem in Hawaii, I don't know if this exists in Vancouver or elsewhere, is that if you get out of school and get a job, with whatever skills you may have, whatever education you may have, you probably can't afford a single family house. In fact, you can't afford a nice apartment either. Housing is simply too expensive. And the government isn't really doing anything significant to make it more affordable. I mean, for everyone, not just for the people, who are at the borderline, but to make it more affordable for the community. And as a result, some of the best and brightest consistently are leaving. And so, you lose the strength of your talent and your economy because you're not able to provide a supply of housing that will comport with their jobs and their income.
Well, that explanation really leads me to the conclusion that I've always had, that there's no simple solution for the whole housing. You've got to break it into little wee components and tackle that component. I'll use one component as an example. Is one of the major problems that Canada has, and I believe the US does, is you do not have enough qualified people in certain fields. Therefore, universities are very important. But the universities, have financial problems, and therefore they're really, really anxious to allow foreign students to come in effect, squeeze out local students. Well, in Western Canada, the foreign students are one of our major problems causing our housing crisis. We don't have enough, residences. So if you say, well, let's take a general theme. We would like to have more local people at university. We'd love to have foreigners come and help support the university, especially ones we could encourage to train here, learn everything about Canada or the US while they're here, and then stay, use that expertise they have, whether it's engineering with, a techie engineer, or whether it's, for medical purposes. But then you need to have that housing. So say if you took one whole theme, a chain, and say more universities, more foreign students, more local students to up the standard of living and fill the gaps that we have in employment, but provide a ton of student housing, both married couple and single ones. And so you can say, okay, there's one solution, or one piece of the housing crisis is, you start at the end that makes the economy churn the most. I always think that's the best place to start. in the Canadian or using the US, why do people like to go to Boston? Well, Boston doesn't have the same housing crisis as, Cleveland. And that's
I thought all these years, I thought it was the pizza.
Oh, well, maybe they like pizza, but really the standard living in Boston is so high that they can afford the housing. We're in Cleveland, the key jobs, the standard of living is just not as high, and therefore the housing gets more decrepit and people can't afford as much. And yet, I thought Cleveland was a lovely city in many regards, but the economics are so key to it. I mean, you'd have why has the population in Honolulu or Oahu has been pretty stable for several years. It doesn't have an increase, and yet you still got a housing crisis.
That's because we're not building housing for new families. We're not building housing for local people who are just coming into the housing market. And if you are, say, a professional or somebody who gets a job here, there aren't that many, but let's assume you get a job here, you have a headache trying to find a house that you can afford. It was always thus, for as long as I've lived here. It was always thus. We are not keeping up. And I think this is probably not limited to Hawaii, although Hawaii has a very high cost of occupancy because of the land system, the limitation of the amount of land that's available. But I think, what I get out of this discussion is that we really have to have better planning. You were a planner for Calgary for a while, and we have to have planning that's comprehensive. We have to have planning that looks down the road. We have AI now. We have all this data available. We can figure out who's coming, who's going. We can look at it on a periodic basis. We can achieve tax incentives and other incentives, permitting incentives. Who knows what kind of, if you and I sat in a room for a few minutes, we'd come up with a lot of incentives that would be able to incentivize housing where it was necessary. I'm not saying, that it's the kind of planning that would happen in a totalitarian society, but I'm saying that we in the democratic society, we really don't, have enough planning. And it should be planning not on a gross economic basis, although that would be nice, but on a housing basis. And after all, that is on the ground. That is where you live. That is where your quality of life is most poignant. And I don't think we're doing it. And one of the metrics of that is all these people that are homeless. One of the metrics of that is all these people get thrown out of their homes because they can't afford the mortgage that they signed, or they can't afford the rent that the landlord, charges them. It's out of sorts, isn't it? And it's a macro problem, isn't it? And it's ultimately a government problem if things are in disarray, isn't it?
It is to a great degree, but if I were to make a cynical way to describe Hawaii's unique housing crisis, because it is not the same as other places, is that the cost of living in Hawaii is sufficiently high that the standard of living is not high enough to cover the cost of housing. That is my example of Alberta or Boston, is where they have the economics come first. And the economics people are coming there, kissing the ground to get a job there because they're just such wonderful jobs at high pay. Well, then you can afford the extra costs to ship stuff. Like Hawaii needs to devise high-paying jobs to offset the cost of living.
Bingo, that's it. You have to improve your economy with better skills and high-paying jobs and exporting, either goods or services intellectual property, what have you. Because if you stay in, we do it this way because we always did it this way mentality, what happens is people leave. They vote with their feet and they take off. And then you have a declining community. And I suppose you deserve that because you didn't plan against it. You deserve that because you didn't, incentivize sectors that were more profitable and more attractive to young people. I mean, Hawaii has that. I'm sure a lot of cities have that. And what's interesting is if you look at some cities, you will find they don't have that problem, that they are, producing a sector that is profitable for young people to buy houses. There is housing. This has got to be examined and democratized, if you will. My problem is that I don't think that capitalism by itself solves this problem. I think we have clear indication that capitalism by itself creates a worse problem all the time. So you have got to get a benign, caring government in, a government that will hang around for a while, a government that will not be, skewed by politics and the like for, immediate gratification, a government that will look over the horizon and figure it out. We don't have that.
Well, if I'm to look at the current mess in the U.S. Congress, you certainly can't depend on one of the parties for anything. However, excuse me, the key though to the housing is to try to get the public side of it to work well with private enterprise. That is, I think there is no industry that has as many entrepreneurs as real estate development. I mean, real estate development by its very nature is entrepreneurish, and so the best of capitalism can come. And the role of government, whether it's municipal planning or financing, can steer that. There's no industry where if you stick out a carrot, they'll go for it faster than anybody else. Your situation where you're sitting in Honolulu, if you could start from scratch, you'd say where Ala Moana Shopping Center is one of the neatest shopping centers in the world. But if you could start over again, you could have the whole parking lot, including underneath all the existing buildings, would be, a couple levels of parking. And then, but you'd basically say, we'd like to have maybe 5,000 people live on that piece of land. Like a whole project of housing.
A project that's built with modern technology, modern planning, at the very cusp of the way you do planning now, instead of the way you did planning in 1950. The world has changed, and
very much.
So you take Ala Moana. They what they do is they add on to it, and it's worth several $1 billion. But they add on to it, and nobody says, "Hey, we're gonna have to take this down to grade and start again," and all that. They always find a way. Hawaii is really special about this. Always find a way to remodel something when really they should be rebuilding it. It's cheaper, and you don't have so much permitting limitation.
Well, I'm just trying to get the idea that new commercial space should be designed as mixture. If you want to have high density that really works, like the city of Vancouver is accomplishing, a long ways from the city center, but right on, mass transit system. You can say, like, when I first visited New York City, I was fascinated with the Rockaway area, way out in the far edges of Brooklyn. were these absolutely humongous, gorgeous buildings. Well, they were at the end of the train line. So even though it was a few minutes longer to make it to downtown Manhattan or to midtown Manhattan or to anywhere else in the metro for wherever you worked, what a great place to live. You were on the ocean, you had great views, and you could take the express train in. Well, Vancouver, they've kind of, that's what they've been doing. Like they had with virtually no cooperation from upper levels of government, the metro government, kind of the city of Vancouver and the surrounding municipalities together, once they got the upper level government's assistance to build their light rail transit system, then they had these mega hubs. Well, a family can live in a high-rise apartment as long as you have, similar to Singapore, right near it, or underneath the building, there's a large supermarket, and there's a park next door, and on the roof there's some amenity facility, or down the street there's one of these large recreation centers that have swimming pools and tennis courts and you name it.
Let me hold you there, Ken. I mean, this is so delicious, this conversation. This is a planning conversation. This is a conversation about answering the original question: how do you improve quality of life? So it's affordable, as it draws people, it gives them a good life they can afford. It's a wonderful kind of result. I want to discuss this with you more. I hope we can do that next time. We've only begun a conversation that really is a very important one, and beyond the boundary of most cities in this country anyway. We got to go now, though, Ken. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Aloha from Canada.
Aloha from Hawaii.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill, or the greatest generation, or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID, and like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is thanking us, we should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
Aloha! Today we are taking your health back with me, Wendy Lowe. We are coming to you from our studios of ThinkTech Hawaii in downtown Honolulu and from my home office in Makiki. You all know that I'm a promoter of prevention and awareness. Today, Dr. Oliveira will be talking to us about just that, disease prevention and quality of life. Welcome, Dr. Arnaldo Oliveira.
Oh, thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for ThinkTech Hawaii for allowing this space for us to talk about important issues.
Yes, you know, I've been wanting you to come on my show for a long, long time. Your schedule is always booked up, so that's why I reserved you, and you are here, so I'm very excited to share you with the rest of the world. So, Dr. Oliveira, please share a little bit about yourself before we begin.
I've been working in natural medicine for the past 20 years here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I my focus is on prevention, disease prevention, but also I want quality of life, and I'm very interested in increasing your health span. Or in other words, I want you to be as healthy as possible for the long time as possible. And all these things together will lead to longevity as well. So I work with natural medicines and natural therapies to achieve that goal.
Well, I know that when I first met you, it came from I had to be referred to you, and making sure that I understood what type of doctor you are, and that I received whatever information they gave me about you, and I was positive that walking into your office would make some difference in one way or another for my benefit. So I was very grateful to do that, walk into your office. But when I got to you, I know that you were sharing with me a little bit about where your medical history comes from. I know that you're from Brazil. And what was your specialty in Brazil?
I was born and raised in Rio, Brazil, and in Brazil, I was a trauma surgeon.
Yes.
I practiced that for a long time. I specialize in facial trauma. And after a while, I believe that God brought me to Hawaii. And so I changed my focus to emergency medicine, like trauma surgery, to natural medicine. And it's been a wonderful 20 years.
Wow, 20 years already, huh, doctor? So I know from a trauma surgeon in Brazil to a doctor in acupuncture and oriental medicine here in Hawaii. Cultures are different, people are different, medicine is different, but you've nailed it by focusing on just prevention and wellness, and through what you've been doing as an obedient servant of God. So I'm very grateful that you heard the call and you were very obedient by coming, and not knowing what was on the other side of the water, you came and you were very, as I said, obedient. And look at where you are now. You've helped so many people in your practice. So I would like to ask you, how would you describe your practice, Dr. Oliveira?
Well, to describe my practice, we need also to talk about what is going on in the world, and especially in this wonderful country. Our citizens are suffering from chronic disease, and the healthcare system is not really healthcare, but more like disease care. So the therapies and the drugs and everything never look to the causes of disease. And in my practice, I will look and try to find what is causing the disease itself, and try to deal with the causes. For example, I think that we are spending over $4 trillion in chronic disease. And chronic disease is cancers, diabetes, is cardiovascular, stroke, but without having very good results. The average American is taking anywhere from 5 to 15 different drugs daily. And in my practice, by identifying the causes, we hope that we improve not only the quality of life, but also the health span.
Wow, what a concept, right? What a concept. So what is the difference between disease and chronic disease?
Chronic disease is disease that it's not like acute. It's a disease that has a long standing. For example, diabetes or cancer. Those things don't appear overnight. It's like a overtime process of not eating well, and of having too much inflammation. Inflammation will lead to chronic disease, especially cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular, stroke, and things like that, autoimmune.
Yes. So what diseases do you treat in your practice?
Well, I would say that about 85% of my focus is on prevention. So I do treat diseases, but I try to prevent that the diseases happen anyway. And I'll treat anything, but I'll treat things that with natural medicines, and it can be anything basically.
It's right. Somebody comes in the door, you run your test and your process on them, and then you diagnose them. And then the good thing is you I want to call it Eastern medicine. I don't know what the proper term is, but the system that you use, you're not invasive. You're not drawing blood, or you're not going in for any dissections of any sort. But you are doing. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I tell people it's the pressure points, and you, by looking at the different organs through pressure points, you can diagnose and see some of the issues that's going on in your body. Is that correct?
That's correct. So I use a technique that was developed by a German doctor called Dr. Voll, and it's called electroacupuncture according to Voll. And so I measure points on the fingers and toes, and these points are associated with organs and systems of the body. By doing that, I'm able to see where the problem is, and then I use homeopathy and other herbal products to treat the problems.
That's amazing. I went to your clinic. I didn't tell you what was wrong with me, and you looked at me and you did that pressure point, and with, I call it like a probe, like a joystick, but I just sat there and I was ready to receive what you could find out that was going on in my body, and you absolutely nailed it. And so I am a true believer of it, of course. And what I did know, and I share with others, is that go into the office and be ready to receive good news, bad news, whatever the news the doctor wants to share with you. You need to be ready to receive it, because he's not going to tell you, oh, you're great. You didn't come in to hear that. So you're going to tell them the truth and what's going on in their body. And I thought that was very important. So as I said, I went in, sat, listened. That was very difficult for me to do, but I just listened. And you absolutely nailed what was going on in my body. And then you were able to diagnose and prepare this treatment for me that through course of time, you fixed me. And it was my pancreas. And you elevated it to function at a higher level so that I would not have to take common medication for the rest of my life. So for that, I'm truly grateful. And I wanted that for more and more people who are ready to receive what you have in your clinic. So that's why I really wanted you to come on this program so that you could share with others, because it's hard for me to just keep talking and talking to everybody, but that we have this, they can better have a better level of confidence to walk into your doors, knowing that you can try your best to locate what's going on in their body and direct them to wellness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very
Yeah.
good.
So we, like you described, we only use natural medicines and herbs and homeopathy, and we've been doing this for a long time. The main focus is on prevention, but we do treat, and by doing that, we seem to really increase health span. We also focus a lot on the blue zones and the traits of the blue zones. For those who don't know, the blue zones are 5 places on this planet where there are an unusual number of centenarians, in other words, the people who live, who pass 100 years of life. And these places are the Costa Rica, Loma Linda, California, Sardinia, the Greek island named Icarus, and Okinawa. And we just had Okinawa Festival this weekend to celebrate the great community of Okinawas here. So they have common traits of things, and it seems that they do the similar things to live longer. One is to move a lot. They are always walking. The other one is that they seem to manage stress really well. They kind of slow down, they downshift. They stop eating when they are 80% full, And I think the Okinawans have a saying for that, which is hara ichibume, which means when you 80% full, you stop. Their diet is basically a plant-based diet. They eat very little fish or pork and rarely red meat. They seem to have a plan of life, and again, the Okinawas call that ikigai, like a purpose in life. They also they put a lot of emphasis on family. If you visit those places, there's no nursing homes. They take care of their elderly. They have friends that they share life with, and also the Okinawas have a name for that, which is moai. And they drink a little glass of wine at 5. They they have joy. They have a spirituality. They seem to have like a connection with a higher power, not religion, more spirituality. So all these things seem to make people live longer, and we try to apply the same concepts in the clinic here.
Wow. Well, you passed the test of what is a blue zone. And so that's amazing. I mean, sometimes I forget one of the 5, but you've absolutely nailed it. I'm so proud of the people of the blue zones. And we really tried hard, and will continue to try that Hawaii should be one of those blue zones because of our size, our location, and the fact that we can eat a lot of the food that Hawaii produces, the outdoor activities, everything about it. Plus we have community. Plus we have intergenerational within a home. So that really helps. All of these things should make Hawaii a blue zone. So folks out there, we need to work harder for that to happen, because we want to be number 6 on that list, because it's just amazing when you watch the generations, how they mix. And I think that's a large part of it. I love to see the centenarians greeting the preschoolers coming out of school and giving them a hug. That's what we need. We need more of that intergenerational. And then the diet, the quality of life, the level of stress, everything makes for a blue zone, which Hawaii should be. So keep up what you're doing, and together we can all make a difference towards that direction. We need it. All right?
Yeah.
Yes, and blue is my favorite color, so we need to make Hawaii more blue. Yeah. Okay, so chronic disease is a big problem. What are the causes of chronic disease?
Well, I briefly mentioned that in the main cause of chronic disease is inflammation. Inflammation is a process, a natural process in the body that it's meant to help us, to protect us. But if inflammation goes rampant and chronic, you will lead to cancer, to diabetes, to cardiovascular, to stroke, to Alzheimer's, autoimmune, and you name it. There's a big list of chronic diseases. But what is more important, and my focus is what causes inflammation. And in that slide that you just showed, there are different factors that cause inflammation. One of them is stress. The stress is directly related to increased inflammation. Another cause of inflammation is bad food, is processed food with a lot of chemicals that will invariably cause inflammation in the body. Like obesity is a contributory factor for inflammation. Like gut issues also create inflammation in the body. We also have diseases like viral and bacterial diseases that cause inflammation in the body. For example, the COVID that caused, like a lot of inflammation in the lung that initially killed people. Pollution causes inflammation, like environmental toxins, like eating veggies that are sprayed on with pesticides, herbicides, that causes inflammation. Lack of sleep causes inflammation. We need to work on our sleep to avoid that. So these are the areas that I focus my practice to prevent that inflammation it stays in this chronic state and will lead to diseases like diabetes and cancer and cardiovascular. So how do I do that? So in terms of stress, I will try to manage stress. And I go from there. If you have environmental toxins, I'll help your body to detox. If you need to lose weight, we'll help you to do that. If you have a viral or bacterial infection, we also treat that. If you need to sleep better, yes, we'll work on what we call sleep hygiene, so you can sleep soundly and consistently longer times. So that's the focus of what we do here on a daily basis.
So your approach is definitely holistic, and that's what I really love. Knowing that we can come in there and I'm not going to walk out and being sent to the pharmacist and getting all 4 and 5 and 6 bottles of things that I can't even pronounce to take into my body, but that you could just tell me what I need to do and bring to or get to me what you have there, which you highly researched and know how they will affect cause of reason I came to you. So with all these factors that you've described causing all this inflammation and chronic diseases, how does your practice address these difficult issues? How do you tell us, and what do we need to do after you've diagnosed us and found out what's our cause? What does your clinic do for us?
Well, you briefly show a slide that is showing exactly what we do with a holistic approach. If stress is a big factor for your inflammation, or is it creating health damage, we have to address that. And how do we do that? We can use natural medicines to do that. We can use techniques to help you manage your stress better. Stress is always going to exist, but we have to manage so it doesn't take over our immune system, and inflammation doesn't grow out of control because of stress. And then we work on like if you need to lose weight, yes, we if weight is a factor in causes inflammation, we're going to help you to lose weight. There are wonderful natural techniques that people sometimes like they lose 8 pounds a week in a week, and that's a highly anti-inflammatory therapy that I use. Is a mimicking fast diet. It's really effective. We need to fix your gut. If your gut is not working well, about 60% of your immune system is in the gut, and we have to fix that. How do we do that? Again, we use natural medicines to do that. We improve your diet. We're gonna give you sound nutritional recommendations and instructions. If you have a viral infection, we're going to treat that naturally as well. What we do here is really effective against those things. If you need to be detox, the same way we are going to deploy all our therapies to help you detox from natural environmental toxins. And that's basically a holistic approach, addressing all the issues that might cause inflammation.
Wow. So I just really wanted you to talk about that. And what I'm hearing you say, that the holistic approaches that you are using are all natural remedies. I know that you will fix and prepare exactly what each patient needs according to their needs. And that's what I like, really. I mean, I call you like an apothecarian. You find out what's wrong with us and you measure out what we need. And then you go to your little table and you start mixing things. I thought that's so cool. And knowing that it's not like a pharmaceutical, and one more pill after another. And like I said, the ones that we can't even pronounce. So I know that I'm in good hands when I walk into your door. And I want others to know that if they're serious about wellness or about prevention, that they would seek a higher means of cure and of getting or feeling better. And that's by walking into your clinic and understanding how valuable what you do for them. And yes, it's not that cheap, guys. It's not. However, it's a one-time you're going to get well and better, so you don't have to pay for the rest of your life every month. Even if it's a copay from a doctor or a hospital, you're going to pay up front, but it's not that bad. But it will take care of you, and it'll take care of your body, so your body doesn't have to endure unnecessary stress that you are going to endure when taking pharmaceuticals. So I'm so grateful to you, doctor, and you can hear it in my voice. So after addressing all of your all the other inflammation-causing factors, what do you do to increase the lifespan, the quality of life, and longevity of me and your patients?
Well, we talk a little bit about that. So I use the blue zone concepts, and I try to adapt that not only to my life personally, but also to the patients. If you can move around more, if you can walk more, if you can be more physically active, you don't really need a gym, but you need to be active. You need to leave your couch and walk. If you need to buy something, don't use your car. Just walk or bike. We need to control our stress. All of us, we need to manage stress. We need to get less overwhelmed with life. And this is the blue zones. Exactly what I'm talking here. You downshift. You have to stop eating too much. When you're 80% full, you just stop it because you don't need to go on and have seconds. You have to have a cleaner diet, basically a plant-based diet. It's okay to have some animal protein, but not the level that most Americans do. We need to have a plan, a purpose in life, not only to our lives, but how we apply our gifts to our communities to help others. We need to have joy. That's the wine at 5 means. If you don't need to drink wine, but you have to have joy. You have to respect the elderlies and to love the elderlies, take care of them. You have to have friends. You have to have some sort of spirituality, some kind of connection to a higher power. So we try to apply that on a daily basis, and that invariably not only help us to prevent disease, but also improves our quality of life. It increases our health span. And all of these factors will lead to longevity, invariably. Mhm.
And over the course of the last few years, there's a lot of negative things that we had to endure, but there were a lot of positive, and we always have to try and find the positive in everything that happens. And so what I like to, my takeaway from the last few years is that I didn't drive hardly as much, but I did walk more. I was walking, I live up on Ward Avenue. I was walking to Makali, then to Ala Park. I was walking to Chinatown. I walked everywhere because I had more time, and just because. And I still continue those habits, walking. I'm not a runner, but I do love to walk. And then I walk to the beach and I walk to the parks, and we walk and walk. And I think those, as I said, anything that happens, good or bad, you always want to look for the good. And for me, the last few years really encouraged me to get out, walk more. When I walked more, I felt better. So it was easier for me to claim a healthier lifestyle. I thought I was living a healthy lifestyle, but it got even healthier. And when I went to see you the last time, we talked about the consumption of beef, right? And because one of my friends says, "Oh my gosh, Dr. Oliveira eats meat," and I said, "Of course he does." And so you shared with me, and I want to share with everyone that it's not that we eat meat, but it's how much of it we eat. So just exactly what you said, Dr. Oliveira. So yes, we can reward ourselves with all the yummy things, but it's how much we eat. And that really, really matters. So thank you for confirming that, Dr. Oliveira, and really emphasizing the blue zones. And I wish more people would look into that so they can see how to live and live better, along with all the great advice that you share with us. So, Dr. Oliveira, for those of us who want to improve their quality of life, their health span, and live longer, where are you located, and how do we get in touch with you when they want to take their health back?
I'm right here in Honolulu. This is my information there. You can call. I think I have a phone number there. I would love to meet you and to talk to you if you have any questions. There is a great documentary on the Blue Zones on Netflix right now. I encourage everybody to watch because it's a very effective way to improve your quality of life and hopefully live longer. But if you need help in other areas, also I'm here.
Very good.
And
yes, he's there, and he has office hours that you can call his secretary Sandra will be there to answer your calls and book an appointment for you. But right now, Dr. Oliveira, our show has now come to a close. I would like to just mahalo you, Dr. Arnaldo Oliveira, for taking some time out of your very busy schedule to help all of us work on prevention so that we can enjoy a better quality of life. I am Wendy Lowe, and we'll return in 2 weeks with another edition of Taking Your Health Back. Aloha and mahalo, Dr. Oliveira.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles. Supporting and saving Eastern Europe. Facing down aggressive autocracies. Reforming Latin American immigration. Protecting Africa from systemic violence. Preventing recurrent global pandemics. Preparing to deal with new climate tragedies. Saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about, and learn from, the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much, because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website. That's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got $10 million. Where would you put it?
In my sandwich?
Enough with the sandwich. To hide that kind of money, a fraudster might create a few cash-heavy legitimate businesses, like an antique shop or a hair salon. Once the money is placed in the salon, it's time to move to the second stage of money laundering, which is layering. Layering is the act of moving the money through complex transactions to make it virtually untraceable. So, at the salon, you might gradually slip the dirty money into the unregulated tip jar to commingle with the legitimate cash, so you can't tell the cash apart. The final stage of money laundering is integration, when you take that mixed up money to the bank. Once you've deposited the dirty money along with the tips into the salon's bank account, it becomes legitimate and untraceable, and spendable. Cash you could use to buy anything you want, including a sandwich. Understanding the basic mechanics of money laundering is key to knowing your customer in advancing the fight against real-life crime.
Welcome to Inside Hawaii Real Estate, a show dedicated to providing up-to-date information and news to Hawaii home buyers, sellers, and investors. I'm Will Tanaka with my co-host, business partner, and wife, Leonie Lam, a realtor with over 20 years experience in various leadership roles in the Hawaii real estate industry.
Thanks, Will. Will is a lawyer and also the former head of a Hawaii title and escrow company. And we work together as a team full-time in real estate to bring you the latest in Hawaii real estate. And we are so excited today because we have an expert guest with us, and he's going to be giving us insights into what you really need to know before getting a mortgage. So we have here with us Spencer Lee. Spencer is the vice president and sales manager at Central Pacific Bank. He has a lot of responsibilities there, but one of the most amazing things that Spencer does at Central Pacific Bank is he oversees the teams, the lending teams. So he's really overseen thousands of mortgages by this point and still continues to oversee them. So he also teaches at the Honolulu Board of Realtors. He teaches about affordable housing. And the reason he does that is because he's incredibly passionate about affordable housing. But you know what's most important is Spencer is an amazing father and husband. So welcome, Spencer.
Hi, Leonie. Hi, Will. Thank you guys for having me. Great to be here with you.
We're so excited to have you on, Spencer. And you know, everyone has heard of the terms mortgages. And today we're going to take a deeper dive into the world of mortgages. And last year, you know, there were over $70 billion in loans given out to homeowners just in Hawaii. I mean, that's a lot of money. And, you know, we hear about interest rates. And Spencer, let's just start with the basics. How do mortgage interest rates actually work?
Yeah, that's a great question, Will. Mortgage interest rates, they're mostly determined by a couple of different factors. I think for people watching your show, they should really know that their personal situation is going to affect the mortgage rate. So whether that be, you know, their FICO score, you know, it could be their down payment, it could be the kind of property that they're buying. All of these things are looked at by a bank or a lender. That's one factor. Another factor is what's going on in the economy. Interest rates are kind of set by investors, and you know, a lot of analysis goes into interest rates by banks and lenders. But you know, the baseline is kind of what is the market, you know, investors out there willing to pay for mortgages. So that's a big factor. And also know too that interest rates really do come in a range. So for example, right now, people can get interest rates maybe as low as 6.5% on a 30-year fix, or it could be as high as 8%. And of course, everybody wants the 6.5 or anything on the lowest side. But to get there, buyers will have to pay what's called discount points. And they're basically prepaying some money to discount the interest rate, which brings down their monthly payment. So they'll save some money every month. And there's usually a break-even period, 5, 6, 7 years into the future, that it takes for them to recoup their discount points that they had paid upfront. And then after that break-even point, then they really start to save money. So yeah, big picture, their personal scenario, kind of what's going on in the economy and where interest rates are at. And also know too that there is typically a range of interest rates that people can select from.
So people definitely want to get the lowest interest rate possible, like you mentioned. So could you kind of explain a little bit more about the discount points? Like, how does that work? Or is that like, that's a percentage of the loan amount, or how does the discount point thing work?
Yeah, great question. So paying discount points is really, the best analogy is like buying a solar panel system or a photovoltaic system. If a buyer were to pay discount points upfront, it's typically a percentage of their loan amount. So 1 point is 1% of their loan amount. Their loan amount is $500,000, 1% is $5,000, for example. So say a borrower were to agree to pay 1 point in this situation, then you might imagine that their monthly payment might go down $100 a month, right? Because they're getting a lower interest rate. Maybe they save $100 a month by getting that lower interest rate. Well, over the year, they will have saved $1,200 because there's 12 months in a year. So after 4 years, you know, they will have saved $4,800. So if they paid, you know, $5,000 up front, it's roughly 4 years and 2 months that it will have taken for them to recoup that initial $5,000 cost up front. And then after that 4 years and 2 months, then they really save money, because the first 4 years and 2 months, they just paid themselves back the $5,000 that they had paid up front. And only after that break-even period do they really start to save money. So for people who are going to live in the property for a long time, you know, they know they're not going to sell, they have a very low probability of refinancing. Those are the folks that really make the most sense to pay points up front. But people who are going to sell their property right away, or people who think that they can refinance before that break-even point, it would make less sense for them and they would likely not pay discount points.
And yeah, so that means like you should just really pay attention as a borrower, like if you're looking at getting a mortgage loan, to what that break even point is going to be in your situation.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And that's the, goes along with working with a loan officer who can really crunch the numbers to the penny, give you an exact future date in the future and kind of work with you on your specific situation and to do what makes the most sense for you.
Earlier you talked about personal, situations, every individual, every family has various scenarios where, whether they're making $50,000 a year, $300,000 a year. And, from a lender perspective, what do they actually care about when they're looking at, okay, we want to loan to this couple who has, young kids. And, from their perspective, it's not like, okay, we want to give them everything they want because we like them. So what's the reality? What do banks and lenders actually care about?
Yeah, great question. So there's actually 4 standard industry pillars, if you will, in the mortgage industry. The first is the debt to income ratio. So what lenders are looking at is what are your monthly debts relative to your income? And by debts, we're talking about debts that would show in your credit report. So any mortgages, any credit cards, student loans, car loans, those are all debts. A lender would not be considering, your cell phone bill, your grocery bill, your Wi-Fi. So for somebody making $10,000 a month, if their housing payment plus their car loans, student loans, and credit cards might be $5,000, well, 5,000 relative to 10,000 is a debt to income ratio of 50%, for example. So most lenders will not want to have your debt to income ratio exceed 50% in most loan programs. The second pillar is assets. So lenders want to make sure that you have enough down payment. They also want to make sure you have enough to cover the closing costs, and they want you to have enough typically for some reserve post-closing. Right? They want to make sure that you still have some money after you close. The third pillar is credit worthiness. So we had mentioned FICO score. That plays a big role in whether or not you can get the loan. Your credit history, your credit usage, all of those things are evaluated. And the fourth and last pillar is the collateral. So remember, the home that you're buying acts as collateral on the mortgage that you're getting. And so banks want to make sure that that's a good piece of collateral. It has to be at a certain condition level, that it's not that doesn't have any safety, soundness, habitability issues. Because remember, if you stop making your payments, then the bank could take that property from you. So they want it to be in good shape.
Let's go back to the debt to income ratio. So just kind of take it down to the basics. So a family makes $100,000 a year. So you're saying that with car payments and student loans and other types of debts, if they make 100,000, their debt could be even 50,000 outstanding. Is that how that works?
Yeah, the best way to look at it is on a per month basis. So I could use your 100,000 annually, but let's just make it a little easier and say $10,000 a month. So in that situation, the bank would not want you to have monthly debt and housing payments that exceed $5,000 a month, because that would make a ratio of exactly 50%. Once you break that 50% threshold in a lot of programs, you're disqualified. Now, also keep in mind, if you have a very low FICO score, or if you're buying an investment property that's more risky, the bank might want to cap your debt to income ratio at 45%, 43%, it could be 40%. Again, the lower your credit score and the riskier the loan is, then your debt to income ratio cap might be lower than 50%.
So what I'm hearing is that credit score really matters. And then I heard you mention a couple of times FICO. So could you kind of get into what is FICO credit score and how impactful is that when you're being considered for a mortgage loan?
Okay, great. Yeah. FICO score and credit score are really interchangeable terms. You can think of them as really the same thing. So when it comes to credit score, again, if you have a low enough credit score, you might not be able to get any mortgage whatsoever. Depending on the lender, that cutoff might be 620, it could be 580. And also, just because you can get a mortgage doesn't mean that it's going to be a good price. So if you do have a 620 FICO score, just know your interest rate pricing is going to be much, much worse than somebody who has the 800 FICO score. It could affect the amount of points that you have to pay. So two people with one low FICO score, one high FICO score, they might have the same interest rate, but the one with the low credit score might have to pay more discount points for that same interest rate. And yeah, having a good credit score versus having a bad credit score, it might mean the difference between getting a mortgage, getting the actual home that you want, get it at the loan amount that you want, at the rate that you want. So definitely do your best to protect that credit score if you can.
And Spencer, just going back to the assets. So let's say that a family, they qualify because they qualify for the minimum debt to income ratio, but they don't have the funds. And let's say that they're getting some help from family members. So if they want a gift fund or their parents are helping out, how does the banks and lenders look at that when it's not coming from the actual lenders? I mean, the homeowners, but from someone, a family member outside, that's going to be giving them down payment.
Yeah, great question. So first of all, let's just talk about what a down payment is. The down payment is going to be the difference between the purchase price of the unit, of the home that you're buying, and the loan amount. So if you're buying a $500,000 home, for example, and your loan amount is $400,000, your down payment in this example is $100,000, right? Typically, for a home that you're going to be occupying, we call that a primary residence, the full down payment can come from a family member in the form of a gift, meaning no repayment is expected. If you're buying a investment property, you might not be able to get any gift funds. The bank or lender might require that you get no gift funds or limit the amount of gift funds that you can get. Just know that not every loan program requires a down payment or even 20% down payment. For example, VA loans for veterans, active or retired, are great mortgages for our military, and they don't require any down payment if they don't want. USDA loans, those are loans for properties in rural areas. They would also be eligible for a zero down payment. The government does have some other lower down payment options for people who might not have the full 20%. FHA loans come to mind where the minimum is 3.5%. And Fannie and Freddie loans also have a 3% down payment option. However, if you're putting down less than the full 20%, just be prepared to pay for what's called mortgage insurance. MI or PMI, which stands for private mortgage insurance. That's where the home buyer has to buy insurance to cover the bank or lender should you default. Now, the MI is only required on mortgages where the buyer is putting down less than 20%, and the smaller the down payment, the more expensive the mortgage insurance is, because the smaller down payment means that it's a riskier loan. So therefore, the buyer is going to be required to pay for more mortgage insurance. It's definitely something to factor in because there's no free lunch. Putting down a lower down payment sounds great, but just know that it does cost more money in the form of a higher monthly payment. You could also get a second mortgage where your first mortgage is at 80% and maybe your second mortgage is another 5, 10, or 15%. That avoids the mortgage insurance part of it. However, you do have to pay a monthly payment for your second mortgage. So again, not a free lunch there, but just another option.
And for the mortgage insurance, that a borrower may be subject to, is that something that is finite or is it like for the life of the loan? Like how does the mortgage insurance sort of payments work?
Yeah, so typically the mortgage insurance payments are paid in the form of a monthly additional payment amount, which is fixed for the duration of the time period that you have mortgage insurance. It's not always the case, but that's just generally what most people go with. And in that situation, the buyer is going to be paying mortgage insurance for roughly 7 years or so, or until the loan to value gets to 80% or less, if they don't make any additional payments. There's also a lender paid mortgage insurance where the bank would pay for the mortgage insurance cost, but as the homeowner, you have to agree to accept a higher interest rate, and that higher interest rate would be for the life of the loan. That's one option. And another option is where the buyer just pays a large upfront cost. It's called upfront MI. And if they do pay a large upfront cost, then there would not be monthly MI, on an ongoing basis, because they just paid a lump sum upfront instead.
So the bottom line is, as much as possible, if you could put down 20%, then we don't have to worry about the mortgage insurance or additional costs and payments for the homeowners, correct?
That's right. Yep. If the homeowner, the buyer, can put down 20%, then mortgage insurance is not required.
But then also for people who don't have the 20%, like you mentioned, a whole array of different products or programs that a buyer could participate in, so they could get into purchasing a home.
That's right. If they don't have the full 20%, they can still buy, but they just have to be prepared to pay mortgage insurance.
Good. Always learning something new. And, especially when the interest rates are so-called higher than in previous years, I've heard a saying, you marry the house and date the rate. So in terms of refinancing, typically, like, how would someone know if it's time to refinance? Is it just because lower interest rates from their current loan rate, or what should go into analysis from a homeowner's perspective?
Yeah, I love this question because I think a lot of people are confused about it. First and foremost, you need to know what your existing interest rate is. And then after you know what it is, then you can wait for a time period where interest rates are lower, and then we can do some simple math to see if it makes sense for you to refinance. Anytime you refinance, there are always closing costs. There's many third parties that need to get paid for their services, like title, escrow, the lender, the appraiser, full credit, the list goes on and on. It varies what those closing costs is on every transaction because it's always specific to the property. But let's just ballpark and say on average, it's $5,000. What we would do is just look at interest rates at some point in the future and see if the amount that you're saving every month will make up for the $5,000 upfront cost in a reasonable time period. So again, let's take, for example, somebody who might refinance and they would save $100 a month by refinancing. Say their interest rate is 7.5% and they go to 7.25, and by doing so, they save $100 a month. Well, again, $100 a month means $1,200 for the year. And if closing costs were $5,000 to refinance, it would take 4 years and 2 months to recoup your upfront costs. In that situation, the buyer may decide to refinance or they might not. Typically, anything less than 5 years, it starts to make sense. Anything over 5 years of a break-even point, I would advise not refinancing. Some people want to hold off and wait for a time period where interest rates are going to be low enough such that they'll recoup their closing costs in 2 years or 3 years. Everybody's a little bit different. Some people are, serial refinancers and happy to refinance down and down, a quarter of a point each time. But, just know that there's costs associated with that. So, generally speaking, I would say if you could recoup your closing costs about 5 years or less, it makes sense. And even for a VA loan, if it took more than 5 years to recoup your closing costs, the VA wouldn't even let somebody do that using a VA loan program.
For the refinancing, is it true, like if the rate came down like by 1 percentage point, is that a good time to refinance, or is that like a myth?
That is definitely a heavy truth, where if you're saving 1 percentage point, you should definitely refinance. Even if you're saving a half, it starts to make sense. So let's say somebody has a $500,000 loan amount and they can drop their interest rate by 1 point. Well, one percentage point on 500,000 on a $500,000 loan would be $5,000, right? So roughly in a year's time, you would be saving that amount of closing costs. So yeah, your break-even point is roughly a year in that situation. So you should definitely do it.
And like right now, one of the hot topics is affordable housing, and there's some new, construction, new development here on the island of Oahu. And if people are interested in getting a mortgage on affordable units, is it a different process? Is it the same process? How do banks and lenders look at affordable units versus just the regular market rate units?
Yeah, so affordable units come with additional deed restrictions and resale restrictions. If somebody is buying an affordable unit, it's mostly the same process as buying a non-affordable unit. The lender might be involved with the eligibility check because the housing finance agency, the agency that's offering the affordable unit, might require that the lender do some eligibility checking, but it's mostly the same big picture for a purchase mortgage. For refinances, however, they are very different. The lender is heavily involved with working with the local financing agency, the housing financing agency, in getting approval to even do the refinance. I think in either instance, I would definitely recommend that the buyer of the home or the person refinancing work with a local bank or a lender who's familiar with affordable mortgages on affordable properties, just because the lender is going to be working with the local housing agency. So I think it is important to work with a local person for those mortgages.
And for those thinking about getting a mortgage loan, are there any pitfalls or anything that you could kind of share with us, some insight that they could try to avoid?
Yeah, I definitely advise people to not overcommit when getting a mortgage. It's very easy to get a mortgage that the bank might be willing to give you, but then you're uncomfortable with the housing payment. So in those situations, being house poor, meaning you have a nice house, but then you don't have very much money to live a normal life every month, is not a good situation to be in. I think that working with a good mortgage loan officer is very important because, I feel like the advice that I give people is very similar to what a financial advisor might advise people on. Financial advice, life advice, steering people in the right direction. I think that's important. And I think that borrowers need to really understand the terms of the mortgage that they're buying. Ensure there's no prepayment penalties, ensure that there's no change in interest rate along the way, locking your loan off. All of those things are really important. and keep in mind that if you don't pay your mortgage, the bank could foreclose on your property, meaning take it away from you. So you definitely don't want to take on more debt than you can afford. You want to make sure you have good job security because you need that job to pay your mortgage. It's not always the case that home prices go up. They could go down, and you don't want to be put in a position where you have to sell your home, just because you can't afford it and maybe take a loss where you're selling it for less than what you bought it for. If you do have late payments, then it's going to affect your credit score. So we don't want that. Make sure you work with a reputable lender, somebody who's getting a referral from somebody you know and trust is a great idea. And just ask lots of questions throughout the process so that you're not confused, that you feel good about what's going on, that you fully understand everything. A good banker lender will be transparent about all of their things that they're doing for you.
Wow, that was a jam-packed show, Spencer. The VP and Sales Manager of Central Pacific Bank. You were amazing. Thank you so much for being on our show.
Thank you, Spencer.
You guys are so kind. Thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, and aloha.
Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the US, and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage. And in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other. And we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. We definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump be able to get away with it?" He's intentionally gotten into contentious litigation cases by the thousands during his life, so he's no stranger to legal stress and strategies. Further, he's been manipulating the media for decades, so he's no stranger to fooling reporters, broadcasters, and interviewers. Finally, he's been telling bold-faced lies and spreading disinformation for years, so he's no stranger to deceiving everyone around him. Although he is hopelessly ignorant, he's intuitively good at demeaning, threatening, and attacking his adversaries, and creating fear and chaos. Trump's appointee Aileen Cannon is likely to let him get off the hook on the Mar-a-Lago case, and she will go down in history for that. In the D.C. case, Trump will try to subvert the jury, the DOJ, and the witnesses. He will also challenge Judge Chutkan to put him in jail for contempt, but she is not likely to do that. Phony Willis has a very considerable burden with so many defendants, witnesses, and issues in the Georgia case. It is not clear she can convict Trump before Election Day. The complexity of selecting juries, presenting evidence, and arguing pre- and post-trial motions will allow Trump a myriad of possibilities to delay any conviction. For a criminal conviction, the verdict needs to be unanimous. So if Trump can intimidate, suborn, or otherwise convince just one juror in his favor, he can beat a conviction in that case. This may be a significant obstacle. In any event, it's not clear that a conviction in any of these cases can be final of appeal by Election Day. We can count on Trump to delay everything, and to slow things down by criticizing the officials and the system. And don't forget there are a lot of Trump judges on the appellate courts, so there is no guarantee that a conviction will not be reversed or remanded on appeal. And of course the Supreme Court is more likely than not to rule in his favor. He will make himself a Bonnie and Clyde folk hero by stirring up the media every day. This will help him entertain and provoke his base, and of course raise more money. On top of all that, there is at least a fair chance that these indictments will lose their relevance and their immediacy by Election Day. Things will change in the world. People will get tired of these cases and move on. While Joe Biden is busy doing the best job he can, Trump will nevertheless be attacking him in every way possible. That, along with Trump's entertainment approach, may cost Biden the election. While Trump entertains, Jack Smith properly doesn't talk about it. Televised trials or not, Trump will have the floor, and he will exploit it all the way through. Remember, too, that Trump will be sending dog whistles to his base, and that there will be threats of violence by unhinged followers at any time in the process. So don't hold your breath for accountability or preservation of the rule of law. Trump will do everything he can to disrupt and distract us, and break the system. There are two ways to stop him. First, focus laser-like on getting him convicted and sentenced to prison. Yes, prison. Also, get a more aggressive Democratic candidate. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump be able to get away with it?" Aloha.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Down the Road on Guns. Back in the day when Trump was president, we had these remarkable pitched battle street scenes in Seattle and Portland. There were armed law enforcement actors in unmarked uniforms attacking civilians. They were never held accountable. It was reminiscent of the brown shirts. With the expansion of guns and the right-wing base in this country, one wonders whether these events will repeat and expand into a daily cross-country Christmas tree of shootings, where more and more unhinged people have more and more guns and are shooting more and more victims in more and more places everywhere. The common denominator is that these shootings are always initiated by people armed with more and more powerful weapons against ordinary people who are unarmed, defenseless, and completely vulnerable. Like, for example, children in a school. How can we stop these mass murder assassinations? How can we come back from this nightmare, where murderers are well-equipped and free to kill whoever they want, where Congress does nothing, where the Supreme Court makes it worse, and where state legislatures simultaneously expand gun rights and guns? It's madness. We seem oblivious to the deadly terrorism across town, or maybe across the street, and the fact that the world looks at us and wonders whether we've lost our minds to let this happen. At the same time, there are those in other countries who have started to copycat our madness with their own mass shootings. This increasing gun violence and bloodshed, combined with the government's monumental failure to do anything about it, has had an undeniable and dreadful effect on our national psyche, and thus our nation. No surprise that people who worry about sending their kids to school have become depressed. These phenomena, taken together, are not only irrational, they reflect and also cause a loss of
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for another edition of Condo Insider that is put on by Hawaii Council of Community Associations. So happy to have you join us today. And today I am honored to have with me as my guest, Derek La Jolla, who is with Guardian Group. He has a big array of experiences. He was in the financial field, and so he has a lot of experience with that. He's also now has gotten into more site management, and also with site management, he's also been involved with some condos that were also going under repairs, so helping to coordinate all of that kind of stuff. So what we're really going to talk to him about is, because he does some site management, and I've always been asked about, some condos are thinking about maybe transitioning to a site manager, but they're not sure. So they ask for what the difference are. So that's really what this show is going to be about today, is like, what do condos need to look at when they're thinking about transitioning away from an on-site to an off-site, and then the opposite, because I've heard that recently in the past couple of months, that kind of topic coming up to my ears. So Derek, first off, what should a condo look at when they're looking to, maybe they have they're looking to go to an off-site manager? So they call it site managers, right?
Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, great question. It happens all the time. It goes back and forth. I think when they are considering going off-site, most often than not, it probably also starts with the budget. When they're going off-site, it's either they can, one of the options is to go to a third-party vendor. That's why they're called site management companies. um, you know, deferring, basically going to a third party provider for those services. There are obviously advantages. One is, you're contracting out basically all of that service. So there won't be disruption of services. A lot of times when you have an on-site resident manager, now you have to also deal with a lot of the, HR, the labor part of that. Person wants to go on PTO. The resident manager gets hurt on the job. You really do look at more from an employer-employee standpoint. Not to say site manager doesn't have that either, but there is that option of having a third-party provider. But when they do also go to a site manager, most often than not, it's usually because maybe they don't need the manager there all the time. One of the reasons why a lot of boards or owners like to have a resident manager, peace of mind. A lot of times, maybe a lot of the activities doesn't happen during the day. Maybe it happens during the evening. Maybe there's, situations where they want the resident manager to be there to enforce rules that maybe violations are happening at night, like noise or, maybe, they just like the convenience of if somebody has an issue and they have somebody to just knock on the door for. But I think one of the biggest things to consider when you're doing that is, does the association own a unit? When you have a resident manager, usually, the association already owns the unit. So, it is convenient for them to already have the resident manager. When they don't own the unit, now that becomes, an added cost, from your operating expenses. You got to rent out the unit for the resident manager. Their utilities, all of that have to be paid for. So from a cost standpoint, I feel like a lot of times, most often just then the duties that are being required is, do you own a unit? And nowadays, right, it is expensive to rent those out. So
Yeah.
that's probably something that all associations should consider if they want to go that route.
So whether it's an on-site or even a site manager, I've had conversations with some that said, essentially, you want them to do the same work. So you still have to detail out, in either case, whichever way the condo is going to choose, you still have to detail out a job description and what the expectations are. With some people, I said that could be the starting point of creating your also your employee manual, so to speak, right? Is really detailing out your job description, and it should be detailed to a point of like, how do you want your grass to be cut? How low, or certain trees. Everybody has their own interpretation of how they expect the tree to be trimmed. Some just whack it and then let it grow back because that's less time consuming. Where others want it to be, you can trim this little one every once in a while. I said you have to really decide how you want your landscaping, the maintenance done. Especially the walkways, you have the drip marks, carrying out the trash,
Yeah.
And especially the gray, I mean, that gray paint just stains.
Yeah. Yeah.
Grody after a while. So, but with a site management, you of course would also detail that out for the site people to maintain that property to that expectation, right? And
Yes.
detail out. There's some I said take even pictures to include in your contract, so you have a visual of your expectation. So what if they went from like a site manager? They already tried the resident manager. They're kind of doing the site manager kind of a thing, but they're thinking about doing like security guards, like in the off hours, like evening time. They have someone during the day and in the evening time. And really, it all depends too on how much stuff is going on in the condo. Like, is there a lot of house rule violations or disorderly conduct, that kind of stuff, right? But even again, then you would have to have your security guards trained on house rules and how to handle that, right?
Totally. Yeah, I think you hit it on the nail. One of the first things to do is really identify your needs or what is the priority of what you're trying to achieve in a property. So like said, if you want a site manager, resident, even a resident manager, either one, and let's say, townhome associations, that's a great example. You have a lot of landscaping. So there is an ROI if you have a site manager that can landscape, that can maintain a lot of those common areas, because that's probably the biggest work that's being done on a day-to-day basis, 5 days a week or however many hours you have him or her contracted out. So even when I get requested for a proposal, first thing I always ask is, what are you guys what do you guys need, right? What is your immediate need? What is the biggest focus you guys want us to do? Because if it is maintenance, then I would have to have a fit for that property. But for some associations, maybe they have already the landscaping contracted out, they have maintenance people contracted out. So we just provide administrative duties, and one of that is covenant inspection. Walking around, interpreting the house rules, helping the property manager furnish violation letters and keeping track of those violations. And it's interesting because as we come to, as we discuss this more and more, I mean, everybody knows that properties age. So what ends up happening is needs are constantly changing as well. So with that, right, before, when things are new, you just have to be pretty general with all the areas of, condo management. Maybe you have all owners who, really care about their property. They're not really renting it out. So there's maybe not a lot of violations, or everybody's still playing good neighbor. Over time, you don't know what that ratio looks like. So that becomes a major issue. We noticed it too, like, pets are becoming more common, right? So maybe that becomes a major. But then, then you start to decide, okay, you know what, this year, maybe we want to focus on getting all the behaviors back into place. And we need someone to really, enforce the house rules. Or maybe over time, like you said, landscaping is just becoming a lot more of a bigger need. So that becomes a focus. So like you said, as the more you can detail out kind of what you expect, let's just say, even if it wasn't just a resident, let's say you had all unlimited budget and you just said, okay, I'm going to contract out every facet of managing a property. So from maintenance to house rule enforcement, which is like security services, to maintenance, to handyman repairs. You could actually kind of get creative. Now you can decide, does it make sense? Is it feasible to contract these out? Or does one person exist that can do all of that? And let's face it, it's so hard to find a jack of all trades. I think that's why we see a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
Someone that's great with landscaping, someone that's great with maintenance, maybe they're great at that, but it'd be unrealistic to also expect them to be great at house rule violations and typing out those letters when they're just out on the field all day, and we can take a look at that from any industry, from construction to, I mean, any of the labor services industry. Some want to be superintendents, but then you have some project managers that are really good at, like, the paperwork. Let's just say, right? So I think that's something to every association should really, basically, when they're planning that out, try to be realistic. Can you
Yeah,
really?
and I think. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's like, be realistic. I think when you lay it out, could you really find somebody that can fulfill all those duties in a 40-hour work week?
Yeah, and with the workforce the way it is today, I mean, it's so different. And I think, like you said, it's hard to find someone that can do everything. So, like, when you're interviewing, I would imagine when you're interviewing someone, I mean, you can kind of find what their strengths are, what they like to do. Some of them like to do landscaping, but they may not be strong in maybe some kind of administrative things. So you may have to, realign what the job description might be and the salary, because you might have to hire someone else to compensate for what that guy. But the workforce is really hard. So sometimes I think you have to work with what you have and get creative and you know do things based upon the person's strength, because I think they will last longer, and that's what you want. You don't want the constant turnover. You really want that person and build upon their strengths, and eventually maybe they might be able to get a handle on that administrative part of it. Because come on, learning computer skills can take a little bit while. You know, even Microsoft, when they do an update, you're like, oh my god, and what did they change now? Takes a little while to get used to it, even though you use it every day. So I think that's where some condos have to kind of like realize that, And then one of the other things that I heard, and I heard this really a long, long time ago, and it's always stuck in my head, is when people come home from work, they work during the day and they don't see anybody around, and I said, well, you have to kind of realize that they've probably already been out doing stuff during the day when you're at work. So you kind of can't really expect them to be visible 24/7, and then you have some other managers or site people that kind of they know how to manage their time. They got to do some landscaping, so they know that it's either the morning or late afternoon. They don't want to be out there in the hot sun getting dehydrated, you know? So some associations need to also take that into consideration that, some of them that they may do their jobs during certain times of the day that makes it easier. Even the employees, if
Right.
they'd rather do certain things in the late afternoon because of the heat factor, or some things early in the morning, they got to kind of like be a little semi flexible, hear them out as to the reasons why, because they could be very valid reasons. Like if they're going to be shooting down a lot of things, you don't want to do it when there's going to be constant traffic, people going to work, coming home. You don't want wet sidewalks, right? You know. So what happens when, like I guess for me, the big thing is like on a site manager. How often is the expectation of them to be there? And I would think the condo itself has to think about the future. Okay, if you're going to switch to a site manager, do you have any repair projects in looming? And how is that site manager going to be able to manage that when he's also has to manage other properties,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah, so it's a great, yeah, you bring up a great point. So same thing when we get a request for proposals, I ask a lot of questions. Is there an office? Because obviously we would have to know how to for that workday to look like. Um, Office, do they have support? What are the projects coming up? How many water leaks have you been having? Because that would give us an indication. How many after hour calls? Because again, you hit it right on the nail. I think one of the things that aren't talked about a lot, which should be, but because it's across all industry, is the burnout rate.
Hmm.
This it's not a not a easy job, and a lot of times we're dealing with so many owners that it's not personal. It's just they're there to the owners have complaints, and so a lot of managers, no matter if it's the general manager, resident manager, the manager itself, even when we hire, I mean, we asked about that, like angry tenants are going to come at you, give us situations. What is your tolerance for it? Because it gives us indication, how much they can customer service, how much they can handle, and how much they take it personally. So, with that, right, like those have to be addressed as well in order to have a long-term successful partnership or like a long-term successful like employee or a contractor if you're using a third party. If you want it to be long-term and sustainable and you could work through it, there's going to have to be a lot of working things between parties. And I think those have to get addressed. So like you said, yeah, what are the projects coming down? Because if they didn't sign up for it and all of a sudden you throw them all of those expectations, that's when there's a gap. I think when there's unrealistic expectation from two parties, and you and I know, like that's kind of a lot of times when disconnects happen. It's like,
Yeah, especially
right,
when
like
the
one
guy
party,
has
yeah,
when he has no experience in how to even
right,
coordinate. These people are coming on site. What do I do? That can be really scary.
yeah,
And I've had some questions from some other condos, like, yeah, again, going back to workforce. I mean, the pool can be very,
mhm,
very minimal. And like I had a conversation with one person, they were looking at these resumes. One had past paralegal experience, and another one had past, his thing was boats. And I go, such a red flag.
yeah.
You end up at the harbor walking distance away all the time. But, they had no resident management type or even management type of experience. And I said, so what if you started them off without a manager title
Mhm,
and maybe put them into like a different kind of title and kind of ease him into that because he's going to be into a big learning curve,
right, right,
and maybe bring in a another site manager that can kind of mentor or guide them along. It might be an additional cost, but you might not only need it for only maybe a couple of months, you
right.
know. but maybe do a something specialist or something, versus a manager, because someone coming from no experience and all of a sudden being a manager, that can be kind of a little hard
Right.
to kind of coordinate all of that stuff. Like I remember on the mainland, my niece was, I mean, she was only a teenager and she became a store manager. And I'm like, what? Responsibility for keys and, all this kind of stuff. I'm like, what? She's still in high school. Like, what? So I was kind of like a little alarmed with that one. I go, oh, that's kind of scary. But just because you're hiring someone doesn't automatically mean you have to give them a manager title, right? You can kind of give them an interim title and let them work into that. And then also make sure you check with like we always check with John Kenorick. He's a big condo labor attorney that we always refer to. And make sure your contracts are all in sync as well, right? So tell me about some of the bigger condos that have general managers.
Oh yeah. So general manager, again, so if you're a site manager, you got to wear all the hats. When you become a general manager, you have staff that become specialists in those fields. But I always say too, I mean, every general manager should have at least done that work or know about that work, because that's the only way you're going to quality control it. So, for example, if you're going to head the different departments, with like housekeeping, for example, how will you know if that's, because it's so subjective? How do you know if that's like a great quality? How do you know if their working schedule is accurate to the needs of the building? Are you overstaffed, understaffed? Landscaping, do you at least have some idea of bougainvilleas and hedgers, mowers, and because you will be ordering equipment, putting in gas? How do you know they're not, and then how do you make it like efficient? For example, like, okay, do I need a 2-3 man crew to rotate around this property? Do I need to just outsource it at that point? Security guards, okay, do you understand the regular swing and graveyard shift? How do they patrol? How do they enforce rules? What are they looking for? How do they answer tenants? And then your office managers, your admin, like can you quality control their their paperwork or their reports and all that? So I think so I always say, if you want to be a good general manager, there's not something, and this is again, I think this is a general lesson anyway. As a leader, you wouldn't tell somebody to do something you couldn't do yourself, and that's just from a respect level anyway. And that's kind of always been the cornerstone also of Guardian Management. When I tell a lot of our managers, if you're trying to climb up in the industry, yes, don't you want to humble yourself, and can you clean? You know what it looks like. You know what you know. Can you, and that's the process of always learning and evolving. So everybody has to start somewhere. And I think it's like anything, if you're missing some fundamentals along that process, maybe that's when it might actually surface, that weakness will surface up in like the most, stressful situation. And I've seen that quite a bit, in my time, even prior before that, consulting some of these buildings and taking on some of these buildings, either interim or whatever they may be. I look into operations, and who I fit in there needs to be able to do every facet of the job, or else how do you, like you said, if you're putting together duties and scope of work, I hope you know that what that looks like yourself.
Yeah.
Right. And you don't see too many general managers that all of a sudden they graduate from college or whatever they may be, and all of a sudden they jump to general manager. I think they'd be overwhelmed and they won't succeed. I think a lot of them probably start from lower level, work their way up. Whether it's F&B manager, operations, and then they move into other departments, from hotels. I mean, whatever that may be, they work from the ground up, and then they really learn every facet of the operations. And I think that's what these GMs, the ones that are they for sure know how to.
And it's the respect and the appreciation for the work, because they've done it, they've been there, so they have a level of respect and dignity for that work that the other person is doing that they used to do way back when, and like you said, there's different ways to clean. Like someone was complaining to me about the way a certain person mopped the hallway, and with that gray paint, how it has little grooves in it.
Hmm.
And they go, no, they're supposed to do it this way. I go, bottom line is it clean when they're done?
Right,
Whichever way they do it, is it clean?
right, right.
Because it was kind of, I mean, I heard it from both sides, two different people, different times of the day, and I told them, I go, I can mop my floor one way, you can mop it a different way, but at the
Right,
end of the day, is it clean?
right,
No
right, right.
more marks. That's the bottom line. So, and security guard too. When you're a general manager or even any manager that oversees all these different people, you have to understand like security guards, they're licensed individuals. So you need to know what the licensing requirements are, and even like an overview of what they need to do in order to get licensed, right? You got to do the test and do the course. I don't think they have to do the test anymore, but they get renewed every so many years, right? Um, so you have to, as a general manager or any manager, if you're going to hire people, you have to know what their scope is, especially when you're talking about licensed individuals, just like with contractors. You have to know what that expectation is. Um, you have to understand your own bylaws and declarations as like if the project's going to require bonding, because you're going to be the support team for your board.
Right.
So you have to also help the board in making sure they follow what they need to follow.
Right.
Permitting, permitting has its issues, but it's getting fixed. It is taking a slow turn, but it's like you can't change everything overnight over there. But it is making some really good changes. And they've kind of improved some of their turn times that I've heard from other people. And these are like bigger contractors that have these projects. They said they've seen some changes. So
Mhm.
which is good, and that's really good to hear. We just have to be patient. You can't move the mountain overnight.
Yeah.
So any other suggestions you have for condominiums for boards that are thinking of switching one way or another? You know.
Yeah, so so for resident managers, they have to be an employee of the association, and a lot of times that it's when they are looking for, whether it's a resident manager or a site manager, and I do it as well in my hiring practices and continuation, right? It's one of the things I always check in with them is what does the candidate want? What are they looking for? What is the candidate looking for? And I think that's something that's obviously when you're doing interviews and you're doing, you're trying to maybe recruit a potential candidate. A lot of times, it's so easy to kind of go through the interview and the resume and you hear what they want to hear, or
Mhm.
it's you're pretty much kind of groomed to do interviews, right? But at the end, it's kind of like what are they trying to achieve? What do they want out of it? And do you see that as a long-term fit? So oftentimes, like you see a resume, and like what we said, if the duties don't align with the expectation, okay, how long will this candidate stay? Are they overqualified? Are they underqualified? Do you have certain things that can make them stay for a long time? So no matter which they choose, like, I know a lot of employees, they want to just learn, develop, and grow and become better. And then do you have that in the budget to give them milestones and increases if they're performing well? So, one of the things is like, resident manager, you're basically putting a lot of investment in somebody already. If you're going to go the resident manager route, I mean, they're going to move in, right? They're settled, they're there to stay, and then, but how do you make that a 3, 4, 5 year plan? Because if you're retaining somebody for 4 or 5 years, you're doing a pretty good job,
That's
and then
great.
you're happy, right? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so if you don't, but if it's a trial thing, then sure, go to site manager route. That's a little bit easier to cut the relationship as opposed to if
Yeah.
somebody's living on site,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then you want to go with a third party vendor to see how that may look like until you want to go the full blown resident manager. And even if you own the unit, maybe you could rent it out for a year just
Mhm.
to recoup some of those costs, and then you can at least test it out before you really decide, okay, we're going to be committed to this person.
That's a good point. To rent it. I mean, if you're going to go site management, but you already have a resident manager unit, rent it out for a little while because that might help offset some certain things. Um, I mean, that's a good point. You could try that. I mean, trying is better than not trying at all. At least you can say you tried it. But again, sometimes you can't. If it doesn't work, I wouldn't like say, "Oh no, we tried it. It was horrible." I mean, it could have been just individual. Learn from that lesson. Like, what could you have done to make it better? You know, did you guys fail in having written documents for him to follow? You know,
Right.
and things like that. And if you're going to hire someone, to me is like when it comes to repairs, if
Right.
they're willing to learn,
Right.
you know, or even try to give them that opportunity because it just makes them feel that much better, you know, and you're helping for someone to learn the business that the condo can benefit from, you know.
Like when I would always a big advice a big advice or recommendation I'd make to a lot of associations when you do the hiring part is there's no such thing as a perfect candidate. We know because we hire all the time. We're constantly recruiting. We're constantly interviewing. A lot of times, you know, it is a niche market. It's not like somebody goes to school and say, I want to be a resident manager. There's really no pathway to it. It's really like a hands-on experience. You either stumble on it, you get lucky, and you got your way in. I see job descriptions saying I want a 5-year minimum experience with an arm. Well, now you're limiting your pool. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to get somewhat creative. We only have how many people here in Hawaii for a labor market. So what we do is we get creative. We look at a resume. We look at all the maybe the little X factors, right? Like, okay, this person was in customer service. All the references of great things. They show up on time. They're hardworking. They've progressed. They've stayed in organizations for a long time, so you know they're committed. They're not just jumping all over the place. I could work with that. I could work with a lot of soft skills and true character. I think that's something that sometimes we overlook. I mean, we can look at something on a paper. They could be great on paper, but if character is not there, I'd rather have the person with character that I can groom and learn, and then from there, can I set up this person for success in the next 2, 3 years, giving them training, putting them in a lot of classes that was going to benefit them, and if they succeed, give them more incentives to work harder, work better, and that's the increasing their salary or giving a bonus. And I think that is a big HR, more of an HR discipline than anything, because
Right.
whether it's in the condo world or any other industry, every organization faces turnover. Turnover is very costly to any
Yeah.
employer because of the training and the learning curve that was already set in place, and now you got to redo it all over again. So I think more than whether you get an on-site manager, resident manager, I think the real question is how do we keep this person for a long time, and are we choosing the right person that's going to stay for a long time? I
Yeah.
see more often than not. I see even for us, I got staff that said this is a great person, this person's great. I'm like, I, I don't think this person's going to stay with us though. Know that they this is just temporary for them.
You need
But that's
something
okay.
now.
Yeah, but that's okay if we are very transparent about it, and we also need that just for now, right? And so I think that that's something that sometimes overlooked. I think, a lot in
Yeah,
the
it's
process.
almost nice knowing from the person, like, hey, I'm looking for something now, but I really don't know. And we all know the job market's kind of really
Mhm.
kind of weird, And he may settle into it. He may like it,
Yeah,
because he's never had this job before. But he's like iffy, but he applies, and everybody likes him, and he could be upset going, well, I'm not sure I want to try it, and he may be your
hmm
guy, right? Okay,
you'd be surprised. A lot of our most successful managers that we actually were able to place them to become resident managers. Go back in our experience, but they had all the other traits that we knew they're because you're gonna learn the condo management side, the X's and O's, right?
Mhm.
But you can't teach the other stuff sometimes. The like I said, the work ethic and the ability to learn quick. I mean, everybody's ability to learn is a wide range.
Right.
So once you start to identify that and you start to really have a plan with your employee or your manager, I think no matter what, both sides are gonna be pretty happy with being committed. um and again, that's just from like any industry you go in, right? It's like, okay, you know we are here to commit to you for 2 years, and this is what it's going to look like. We're going to put you in a once you get settled in, after you pass a 6-month probation, maybe we'll give you this increase, because there is going to be a negotiation back and forth. Somebody's going to ask for 60 and say, you know what, we'll give you 57 to start. If you can make your 6 month and it's satisfactory, give you that 60. So it's constantly, like they have something to work for and you have something to measure. And a
Right.
lot of it could just be proficiency. So, okay, in 6 months, you show me a proficiency in the governing document. And we can measure that through how many house rule violations have come through and how have you resolve that issue? How quickly? With the property manager may be able to look at it and say, you know what, you interpret that correct, or you did not interpret that correct. You're able to turn around really quick in issuing that letter. Same thing with maintenance things. They're like, okay, you know what, if you get proficient in getting bids, right? Like, how well are you in getting a standardized bids, getting us 3 bids, putting in a report? I think those things are measurable, and then that way you can start to, and also the employee is going to feel a lot more motivated because they know they have something that's objectively able to chase. Because what is good, right? Good is always going to be pretty relative. So I think that's going to be a big factor. I think for AOAOs in the next, I don't know how many 10 years, just because of the labor market.
Okay, so one last question.
Sure.
So how do you suggest your people that you hire, how do you suggest that they handle when a resident, or it could be a board member, that tell them how to do their job?
It happens all the time.
I know.
So, I mean, this is where customer service has to come in first. Just say, okay, I hear you. A lot of it is hearing the complaints, and everybody has complaints. And, and I always say this, like, learn the condo law, learn the 514B, because in there it says board member outside of a board meeting is an owner like everyone else. So they have, they could voice their opinion like everyone else. But also, right before you get to the job, know your protocol. Who do you answer to? Property manager, the board president, kind of like a trifecta. Know your chain of command. Listen, bring it up to, escalate it to the necessary parties that need to address that. Most certainly you have every resident manager, site manager, building manager, general manager, just like in any job, right? You need to know who you have to report to.
Yeah.
And then you got to know when to bring things up, because probably that's not going to be your battle. It needs to be escalated to whoever is, the higher up, who's, the one that's who's supposed to be handling that situation.
Yeah, and I think that's the hardest thing for a resident manager or a site person, or even the landscaper guy that's trimming the trees.
Sure,
Someone's coming up going, "Oh, you're trimming the trees. Oh, I used to like it better this way." And it kind of gets really hard, for them to absorb all of that. Being, he thought he was doing a good job, and someone's criticizing him. Like, no, it's kind of hard.
So I always say we have like default things. Like, for example, somebody's saying that, oh, okay, no, I understand. I'll bring it up to my immediate supervisor. I'll bring it up to the property manager and the board president and the board that, that you saw this, or you wanted me to, focus on that first. I apologize. I just got directed to do this. This is a task I've been directed, and that I got to follow. But I will certainly bring up your concern to property manager, the board, or the board president, because that's something that's probably going to be spoken about in board meetings. But same thing, if they don't know the answer to something, okay, let me write this down. Like, let me get back to you. Do your research. If it's in the gray area, make sure you ask the property manager first, and make sure you inform the board, so that you're not going to make a decision, or you're not going to inform the owner on something that's completely inaccurate. That could make you look, that could cost your job, or give you a reprimand. Because I see that happen all the time too. Like, it's tough because resident managers or site managers, there's a lot of owners who have who have an opinion, who want, they feel like, they interpret things all different ways. But, as a manager, one of the most important key things is to make sure, like, you want to make sure that how you interpret it, we're just there to do the common area. A lot of times they say, oh, can you come up to my room? I need this fixed. And, that's when you're starting to meddle into some, murky areas, just because you want to please everybody. And let's face it, we tell managers, you can't please everybody. You're just being fair. You're going to do your job to the best of your ability. You're going to make mistakes, but make sure you also know your, your duties, your parameters, what you can and can't.
And there's some owners, I told them, I said, well, because they're going, well, he's disrupting this. It used to look so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And I go, well, let me ask you this question. And if it's pertaining to landscaping, I said, is he changing something around? And I said, maybe you should ask him a question like, is there something broken? Because there was one, they were explaining to me about one area that they were kind of taking it apart. And I said, so if it's constantly wet, that area, to me, that's a red flag. And that's probably why they're doing something, because there's a leak somewhere, or they're trimming something because the rats will climb the trees and jump from roof to roof. Or it'll scratch against the building and it's disruptive to that person where that wall is. You know, I said, so you guys can't be always like, well, we like it this way. There's sometimes reasons why certain things are going to get done for certain reasons, and it's maintenance issues, preventive maintenance, you know, trying to figure things out. So I said, you guys have to be open to listening and listening to the whys of why it's being done, because not a lot of times there's a reason why.
There is, yeah. I know it's interesting because you know we manage townhome associations, and you know honestly the landscape and you know all of their pots and plants, it looks beautiful, but you know it starts to touch the eaves, starts to touch the roof. But in the house rules, right, it says there are limited common elements. So you know, and that's why we always train our managers to read the rules, and they're there for good cause. You know, as to make sure you maintain the value. Like once they start to go through, you know, the fences and all that, that's more cost to the association to repair it later. So if they can kind of, you know, communicate that to them.
I remember one area was, in that area we ended up cutting it, and that's where we figured out there was all the rats for congregating.
Yeah.
So it was just trimmed down to bare, kind of get rid of them or get them under control at least, so we can find out where they're hiding and stuff like that. So we had told that some people, they're like, you know, they were fine with it. When you're solving that, you know, pest control problem.
Right.
Okay, Derek. So I think we're at the nearing of our show. I really, really thank you for spending the time with us and going through it. This was very helpful, and I think it'll give a lot of boards some insight on their decision making, on their management, their on-site management for their properties. I really appreciate you joining me today. It was very informative.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me, Hayley.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Hope to see you guys again next week for another show.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of, what about, attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Islamabad Today on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Hamza Rifal-Hussain. Today we have a very special guest. He's the former Pakistani ambassador to the United States, and he's come up with an excellent compilation of diplomatic footprints. That is also the title of his book. So when we talk about this compilation, the important part about this book is that it is all about the reflections from a diplomatic perspective. Ambassador Azaz Chaudhry, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So, sir, tell us about Diplomatic Footprints, your latest book, and what is it all about?
Well, it is a memoir, and it has my story, but also the story of Pakistan as I saw it, as well as the foreign policy of Pakistan. So in that sense, it dovetails three stories. You know, I believe that we all grow up, we all get educated, we find some livelihood, and then we get old and pass out and pass away. It's about that time that one thinks that how would I be remembered? And so I thought I should be remembered by the book that I have left behind. This book is for posterity, for diplomats of the future, and of course, my own legacy.
Okay, so I mean, if we go into the content of the book and we speak about, your personal reflections What are those 2 to 3 very, very important reflections that you feel need to be publicized more?
I think we see Pakistan's relationship with its important neighbor India as a saga of missed opportunities. And I have since dealt with that subject with the peace process between India and Pakistan. So I've spoken at length on how those opportunities arose, and then unfortunately they could never be cashed in, and we remain estranged even today. And that's not something good for Pakistan, not good for India, not good for the region. And so I think my book does contain those kind of lessons, which hopefully future diplomats and future leaders will pick and mend what we could not.
Okay, so I mean, I was going through your book just right now, and there are lots of passages with regard to your meetings with some very prominent state officials, and you have a meeting with President Barack Obama. You also have had interactions with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So tell us a little bit about that interaction with President Barack Obama and what was it all about?
Well, I happened to accompany the Prime Minister of Pakistan in both of these meetings. President Barack Obama is a man of sharp wits, and he impressed me a lot. And I must say, he remembered his talking points. He spoke what he must, and we responded, according to our own brief. My sense is that at that time, the Americans were keen on finding some solution for the Afghanistan crisis. And that was the focus of the meeting with President Barack Obama. We could not actually find a solution because Americans had a very different perspective of dealing with that matter. They wanted a military victory, which was not forthcoming. And we were more for a political solution. But I must say, President Barack Obama is always very civil, always comes out as a genuine, sincere interlocutor. So I really enjoyed that opportunity. With President Putin, again, a man of very sharp intellect, I would say, we were in a meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which he was hosting. So as a host, he had spent the whole day in the conference and holding bilateral meetings with the heads of state and government. And our turn came something around 7:30 p.m. And it was at that time, one would be very tired and most of us were yawning, but I saw him very, very alert. And what surprised me was that he was so alert that he listened to our Prime Minister's talking points, responded to each one of them, and then picked up his own notes and shuffled through them to see if he had missed any. And he had missed only one, and which he then narrated. So that shows the man had enormous energy, which of course is working to his country's benefit.
Okay, so when we talk about diplomacy, Ambassador, and diplomacy these days is all about ensuring that your narrative can actually go across. We have a world which is deeply polarized. You have the Ukraine crisis on one hand, obviously the aftershocks of the COVID-19 pandemic on the other. You also have this US-China rivalry in the Asia Pacific. Now, being in your shoes, for example, I mean, obviously you're not the Pakistani ambassador to the United States anymore, but you were the former ambassador. What key diplomatic, you could say, tactics should have been used in general to try and diffuse crises of such proportions? What, in your view, is the tactfulness of diplomacy that can actually be applied when the world is deeply polarized as it is today?
Well, my sense is that U.S. runs its foreign policy based on its interests. And honestly, tactics don't really work that much. The United States is not a monolith. As you know, it's a huge country, but there are different centers of power. Executive led by the president is one, but then there is a U.S. Congress, which is all powerful too. Then you have the think tank community and the academia, and you have media, very powerful media. So you have to engage all these centers of power in order to convince the people of the United States. And public opinion matters. If the people of the United States can get convinced about your narrative, then it helps to talk to the executive. And my sense is that for Pakistan, the leverage that we had was peace in Afghanistan. If we could have enabled the United States to attain peace in Afghanistan at that time, that was our leverage. But unfortunately, as I indicated you, there was a big difference of approach. The United States wanted a military victory, and Pakistan thought there was a political solution to that problem. And therefore, we went back and forth, and we couldn't really find a solution. Meanwhile, the public opinion within the US was growing that why are we engaged in distant wars, in such long wars, which are so expensive. And you saw that after Donald Trump, President Biden also followed suit, and you saw US withdrawing its troops, rather hurriedly, I must say.
Okay, so when we talk about the shrewdness of diplomacy, it's also important to make sure that you also do not alienate even your adversaries, for that matter. We all know that Pakistan has this running, you could say, feud with India. We're not in a state of conflict as such. We haven't really fought any wars, but India's annexation of Kashmir on one hand, and then obviously you've had Pakistan retaliating with calling out Indian illegal, occupied Jammu and Kashmir and the atrocities that have been committed over there. So when dealing with adversaries specifically, what do you think should diplomats basically do to try and make sure that they can navigate through, secure their national interests, and also make sure that the message is sent to the adversary as well?
I think the primary job of any diplomat is to win friends for Pakistan even in the adversary country. Pakistan, and there are many friends that you can find in India because of historical links, because of familial links. That should be our job. That should remain our primary task. But in addition to that, as the world has discovered that the economic linkages, the commercial linkages, have a much longer life and act as a peace constituency between countries. In my view, I think Pakistan and India haven't really fully explored the value of trade as a peace constituency, as a lever of peace. We could not learn the lesson from Europe, which had seen centuries of bloodshed, but then they realized that it was trade that would actually bind them together. And similarly in ASEAN too, people are discovering that they can overcome their differences if they engage in economic and commercial investments. I think Pakistan and India have been unfortunate that this never became a priority. As a result, we remain at loggerheads.
Okay. All right. So when we talk about the United States in general, obviously you've served in Washington. Do you think that, your reflections in your book would have been slightly different had you been dealing with the Donald Trump administration?
Well, I presented my credentials to Donald Trump. And I must say that at that time, the relationship was not really moving forward in the sense that the government of the United States was contemplating withdrawal from Afghanistan, was also contemplating building up India as a counterweight to China. And therefore, Pakistan they weren't really sure how to deal with Pakistan. But the beauty in dealing with the USA is that, well, excuse me, while you have the executive or the government-to-government relationship, there's a people-to-people relationship which also exists in parallel. And that's very strong, actually. And it is my sense that while the G2G relationship has oscillated between highs and lows, the P2P relationship has somehow survived, and not only survived but thrived. And for students of Pakistan, the United States had been, is, and probably will be an attractive destination for the IT professionals. Silicon Valley is something that they look forward to. For the traders of Pakistan, as you know, the United States is the largest trading partner of Pakistan. So there are a number of areas in which the US and Pakistan have maintained people-to-people relationship. That stayed even at that time when I was there. So as a result, while executive was so focused on Afghanistan, I took the opportunity to reach out to a number of think tanks and academia, the university. I think I traveled around the US, and also met over 60 US senators and congressmen one-on-one. And I realized that the United States and its legislators, as well as its academia, they're all open to arguments, and they're open to different viewpoints. And I think that is the beauty of US foreign policy, because it gets enriched from different perspectives. And so there is always a scope for countries to deal with the United States. And so it was the case when I was there in the US.
Okay, so when we talk about, let's just generalize the context a wee bit. I mean, if we talk about some uncomfortable conversations that you might have had as, the Pakistani ambassador to the United States, were there any such conversations?
Oh, yes, there were plenty, because you see, we were working sort of at cross purposes. US would say that you have to force the Taliban to, make peace with Ashraf Ghani, and who was the president then. And we would say that if we push the Taliban beyond a point, of course, they had families here, they would come to Pakistan, but bulk of the Taliban cadre was fighting, and it was in Afghanistan, not in Pakistan. But if we take them on through kinetic action or any pressures, then the war will shift to Pakistan. Now, this was a perspective that the senior officials of the U.S. executive were not really ready to listen. And it was a bit frustrating, because in the first place, the whole global war on terror was not something of Pakistan's making. But we, after a huge price, we won that war. Peace had prevailed. And now if we were to take on the Taliban on Pakistani soil, that would have meant another war on terror on Pakistani soil. So I think these were very difficult conversations to have there.
Okay, so Ambassador Azaz, when we talk about Pakistan's strained relationship with Afghanistan, I mean, obviously, being two neighbors, the relationship has been in a state of flux for quite some time. Not much has changed with the Taliban assuming power in Kabul. There would be many who would argue in Islamabad that diplomacy should reign supreme. We should talk to the Taliban so that, these negative alpha elements are not exported into Pakistani territory. The other viewpoint is that military action, maybe within Afghanistan, through hot pursuit to try and, rid out the alpha elements would be a better strategy. In your view, what is the best way to deal with the Taliban government in Kabul?
Well, we should stay engaged with Taliban. We hear that there are different factions, from hardliners to pragmatic ones, and we need to deal with all of them. And we have to persuade them that that whipping up and mutual hostility is not in the interest of either country. That TTP should not use Afghan soil against Pakistan. They are murdering and killing innocent people of Pakistan. So I think we have got to stay engaged. What the government probably doesn't want to do now, and I think they are right in taking that decision, they don't want to talk to TTP. They want to talk to a Taliban government, because that's the de facto government in Kabul, but they don't want to talk to the TTP, because TTP are simply terrorists and militants, which we cannot accept, and therefore this is one way. The other is the ideological component. I think Pakistan need to find ulemas, and especially the ulemas under whom Taliban were trained, and they should be sent to engage with their counterparts in Afghanistan to persuade the ideological leadership of the Taliban that it would be much better for both countries to be peaceful, to engage in commercial and economic interactions, and rather than letting the TTP dominate the agenda between the two countries. There are a number of other areas where we could persuade the Taliban, because they also need some kind of economic security. So the regional projects, for instance, are very, very important. And Taliban could come around to TAPI and to CASA 1000 and other regional projects which will benefit them too. Unfortunately, what I see is that on 3 counts, the Taliban are just not relenting. They are not forming an inclusive government, which the international community expects them to do. They are not respecting the right of girls to education, and they are also not allowing, militants. They are not stopping the militants, preventing the militants from using their soil. for terrorism abroad. So I think recently there was a Moscow format consultations held in which all the regional countries, the neighboring and the near neighbors of Afghanistan were, and they were all sending this resounding message to the Taliban that you need to listen to what the world is saying, and you need to rise up to these expectations that the world has. And if that happens, I'm glad that Pakistan was part of these consultations. Then my sense is that the Taliban would, get due recognition of their former recognition of their government. They can also engage with the rest of the world. Maybe grounds can be paved to lift 1267 sanctions on them. Maybe US would unfreeze the assets and so on and so forth. But things must begin with, first of all, with the Taliban honoring the three commitments that I just mentioned.
Absolutely. And those three commitments are pretty much non-negotiable when we talk about the Taliban actually getting into the mainstream. There's this argument, Ambassador Azaz, that the economy, the more economically strong that you are, the more bargaining power you basically have. Now, when we talk about India and the fact that, it's gotten away with murder in Kashmir to a large extent, with Indian illegal occupation of Jammu and Kashmir and revocation of Article 370, there'll be those who would argue that had Pakistan been on a stronger footing, I mean, we've had a principled stance in the UN. We've also had a principled stance whenever we've dealt with many of these Western countries to try and highlight the Indian atrocities which are being committed in Kashmir. That had we had a stronger economy, we could have bargained far better. I mean, this is just a school of thought. It's not necessarily a school of thought I subscribe to. But do you believe that a stronger economy gives you more bargaining power in international diplomacy?
Oh, yes, absolutely. If your economy is strong, your foreign policy choices expand. And conversely, if your economy is not doing well, your foreign policy choices shrink. And that's what we have seen. You see, it was the same People's Republic of China until Deng Xiaoping came. The amount of relevance that China assumed, it was only after it gained that economic muscle. And the same can be said about India too. Since 1990s, India has done well on the economic front, and today you can see that it's the fifth or sixth largest economy. So therefore, I think it makes a lot of difference. But when it comes to Kashmir, I think the people of Pakistan feel rather strongly that the people of Jammu and Kashmir should have been given their right to self-determination, like the rest of British India. And it is such a sad story that India has used enormous force to block that right to self-determination. Now the Indians say that since there is an elected assembly which wants to stay with India, but I think that is a violation for us, the violation of the UN Security Council resolutions, which want a UN-administered plebiscite in which people can vote freely. So the people of Pakistan have been attached to the people of Kashmir for centuries. I mean, all their waters come this side, all their markets were on this side, and therefore these age-old ties cannot be severed so quickly. So people of Pakistan, no government in Pakistan can ever not support the Kashmir cause, not support the right of the self-determination for the people of the Indian-occupied Kashmir. However, that said, I also believe that there were genuine attempts made in the past, like 4-point formula, which came close to finding some kind of solution with which both countries could live. But ever since August 5, 2019, when Modi government has abrogated the article of their constitution which provided autonomy, Article 370, which provided autonomy to the Kashmiri state, and they have converted them into 2 union territories. I think a huge violation of the UN Security Council resolution has occurred because these resolutions had called for no material change in the disputed territory. And now we see that there are other projects like, demographics are being changed by settling non-Kashmiris into the valley. We also see Delimitation Commission redrawing the constituencies in such a manner that the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir will not be a Muslim majority area anymore. I think that's something which is underway at the moment, and people of Pakistan and people of Kashmir are naturally quite agitated about it. But it's a matter of disappointment for the people of Pakistan that the world is not able to grant that right to the people of Kashmir, what became available to most parts of the world, and because of the geostrategic and geopolitical interests that the world has with India, India is not being pushed hard enough to honor the commitments that it itself had made under the UN Security Council resolutions to provide that right to self-determination to the people of Kashmir.
All right, so Ambassador Zad, let's come to the U.S. Congress now. I mean, obviously, the U.S. has the appropriations bill through which development assistance can actually be given to many different developing countries and strategic partners for that matter. Pakistan is not an exception to that rule. But we saw a lot of, you could say, polarization and divisiveness in the U.S. Congress, where there were attempts by Republican, you could say, lawmakers, representatives, to try and make sure they can bulldoze the appropriations bill as far as sending funds to Pakistan is concerned. But it eventually did pass because of the Democrats actually having a hold over there. So when we talk about military assistance, you do see, quite a few representatives being averse to U.S. assistance to Pakistan. In light of that, how do you see the future trajectory of U.S.-Pakistan relations?
When President Barack Obama came, he changed gears and he said, all right, we want to engage Pakistan through support, economic support, military support, and they came up with what came to be known as KLB, Kerry Lugar Bill. And that was from 2009 to 2014. We were to receive $1.5 billion per year for a period of 5 years. Of course, the actual amount disbursed was less than that. Nevertheless, that was a time when it was felt by the US that the aid can be an instrument to influence Pakistan's policies. My sense is, that even in the US now, this is coming, rather to the fore, that it is not necessary that aid will deliver to you what you want in terms of foreign policy objectives. There's a book by Robert Hathaway, The Leverage Paradox, and he argues in that the country which is receiving aid, the leverage that US has on that country is proportional to the will of that country to be leveraged. Which means that if a country doesn't want to be leveraged, it will not be leveraged, regardless of the amount of aid you give to them. So I think in Pakistan, there was an expectation that since we were forced into the global war on terror, we should be assisted and with economic and military support because we had spent so much money. We wasted like $150 billion of economic losses we had suffered. Then we had lost 70 to 80,000 lives. So it was something that Pakistan, frankly, had Pakistan not put in that kind of effort, Al-Qaeda would not have been decimated. It was Pakistan which basically did all the hard work in catching. But once the Al-Qaeda was decimated, Americans shifted the goalpost towards Taliban, and then that's a very different story. But yes, coming back to your question, yes, the aid, military aid and economic aid has always been used by the US in different countries as an instrument of their policy to influence the recipient countries, and same was the case in Pakistan.
Okay. All right. So let's come back to your book now. Are there any other major takeaways that you feel should actually be not only publicized, but something that could, many people who actually aspire to be diplomats, or many people who have actually served as diplomats, or are actually currently serving as diplomats, can actually take away from this?
Yeah, if you look at the epilogue of my book, it's pretty long, actually. I deliberately dealt with the questions that I had come across both in the US and in Pakistan and elsewhere. Questions like, who makes Pakistan's foreign policy? Is it just the Foreign Office or somebody else? Why is Pakistan's hostility with India not ebbing away? Why are Pakistan and Afghanistan harboring such a deep mistrust which is not being overcome? And can Pakistan and China become so aligned closely that we can counter together the US-India alignment. And things of this, these are the questions that I had been facing. Why was Osama bin Laden, for example, found in Pakistan and in 2011? And these are some of the questions that I've tried to answer in that. And I think epilogue, in my view, is a very critical part of my my book, because it deals exactly with the questions that in fact, whenever I was in the US think tanks, I would take notes not of what is to be said and what I heard, but only of the questions being asked to me. And those were exactly the questions that I tried to address in the epilogue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So there's this view, Ambassador Azaz, that apparently Pakistan should be joining camps. I mean, there are lots of people. I mean, the official stance from the Foreign Office is that Pakistan is not going to be part of any blocs for that matter, if there are blocs for that matter, because China does not believe in creating blocs. The United States under the Biden administration apparently does. So in light of that, there is this view, which is a minority view, that Pakistan should decrease its reliance on the United States and actually join the China and Russia camp, for that matter. I mean, its participation in the SCO. There would be those who would argue, such as yourself, I believe, that a multifaceted relationship with all different countries all across the world would actually benefit Pakistan to a large extent. Given Pakistan's experience with the US, which of the two do you think is the correct strategy as far as Pakistan's foreign policy is concerned?
Well, just take, for example, hypothetically, that we go to Chinese camp and announce that we have nothing to do with the US. Will you be willing to forego the $6 billion plus trade that you have with the United States and another $6.5 billion that you have with Europe? Will you be willing to let your people who are in the IT business sever their links with the US technology companies and so on and so forth? I think not.
Absolutely.
People will not like that.
Yeah.
Now let's hypothetically take up whether we don't want to take up our, we don't want to go to the Chinese camp and we are in the US camp. Can you afford to lose all the leverage that you have built with the Chinese? No. I mean, China is not only investing in CPAC, which it did at a time when Pakistan was going through the war on terror, and no other country was willing to invest in Pakistan, but Chinese did that. So Chinese are also engaged in multiple other ways to assist Pakistan through balance of payment, but through also defense and economic relationship. It is my sense that nobody in his right mind in Pakistan would ever like to sever ties with China. So my sense is, and you rightly guessed my position, that Pakistan should pitch its relations with the US and with China based on its own national economic interests. And that's why I maintain that it is always doable. And the world is not going through the kind of Cold War that existed between the United States and USSR. At that time, the world was divided into camps. But today, the US and China themselves are engaged in the economic world and as well as they have their competition. So my sense is that there is absolutely no benefit to Pakistan if we were to move into the camps that are still not apparent. It's not there. The world is now is basing its interests as the main pivot on which they build their foreign policy. Look at India, for instance. Yeah. Despite the fact that India has been chosen as a strategic partner of choice by the United States in the Indo-Pacific strategy, India still was dealing gainfully with Russia. And therefore, I think every country does that. So why shouldn't Pakistan pursue its own national interest? And I would say national economic interest, because that's the real benefit to Pakistan.
Former Pakistani ambassador to the United States and author of Diplomatic Footprints, Ambassador Azaz Chaudhry. Thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you very much for having me. Very kind.
So that's all that we have from Islamabad today on ThinkTech Hawaii. You can follow us on our social media pages. Do provide us with your feedback. Until next time, take care.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the Kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the